في صوت.
لسه ما في صوت مو واصلك صح؟
لا.
راح يوصلك الحين.
هنا في صوت.
هنا في الميوزك بس هنا قاعد يركب الاكسل.
اوكي. Good morning everybody. Now we will start our sessions for today about
أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، وكل من خصص من وقته أن يكون معنا في هذا اليوم، صبحكم الله بالخير وحياكم الله في النسخة الأولى من منتدى كفاءة الإنفاق، والذي تنظمه هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق والمشروعات الحكومية بشعار ننطلق به هذا الصباح: كفاءة الإنفاق وجودة الأثر. يشرفني أنا أحمد الفايز أن أكون معكم هذا اليوم وغدا لأشارككم هذا الحدث الذي يعكس مسيرة من العمل المتواصل والتحول الشامل الذي أنجزته مملكتنا الحبيبة، وهي في طريقها نحو رؤية المملكة 2030، واضعة نصب عينيها كفاءة الإنفاق وتحقيق جودة الأثر، وصولا إلى اقتصاد بإذن الله مستدام ومزدهر. هذا المنتدى هو الأول من نوعه في المملكة، أتى اليوم ليسلط الضوء على رحلة كفاءة الإنفاق والتي شهدها القطاع الحكومي، ليكون منصة شاملة لتبادل الخبرات والأفكار المبتكرة، وليفسح المجال أيضاً أمام قادة الفكر وممثلي الجهات الحكومية وكذلك الشركاء في القطاع الخاص والمؤسسات الأكاديمية لتطوير الشراكات، إثراء النقاشات حول تعزيز فاعلية الأداء الحكومي وتحقيق كفاءة الإنفاق. هذه النسخة من المنتدى سنسلط الضوء على الأشكال المتعددة للهدر وعلاقته الوثيقة بكفاءة الإنفاق.
المملكة العربية السعودية اليوم تعبر بوابات المستقبل الواعد، مرتكزة على مكامن قوتها. وبإنفاق ذو أثر لاقتصاد مستدام ومزدهر، بشراكات حكومية واستراتيجية متناغمة، نسعى إلى كفاءة الإنفاق. وفق أفضل السياسات والحلول المبتكرة. نعم، ونسخر التقنية لخدمة المواطن تحت راية قيادة ملهمة تدعم الإنجاز وتحتفي بالإبداع وتقودنا نحو الريادة عمليا برؤيتها. دولتنا لليوم، للغد، للحاضر والمستقبل. كفاءة الإنفاق وجودة الأثر.
Now we are here in the hospitality of the Expenditure Efficiency to speak about the excellence trip and to tell stories about the successful stories about the national resources and how can we success to impact on the life of the citizens. We will see in this forum many sessions and presentations, agreements and negotiations, and also of course about the hackathon. We will find some solutions about the expenditure efficiency. And now I want to welcome you again, and hopefully we will find a fruitful day about fruitful sessions here. May Allah bless our country under the rule of our blessing government. Now I want to welcome Mr. Abdul Razzaq, the Executive Chief Officer about the Commission of the Expenditure Efficiency. Please welcome Mr. Abdul Razzaq. In the name of Allah, and by His name we will start, and peace upon the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him and all his companion. May Allah lead us to the best tells and actions and make our actions pure for the good benefit for the humanity and all the Muslims. Dear Excellencies, dear Your Highness, peace be upon you, and welcome to the Expenditure Efficiency Forum, the huge event from this kind in this region. And we want to speak in this forum about the position of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia by describing it as one of the G20 countries and one of the biggest economic countries in the world. And when we start our Vision 2030, we reflect the abilities and their position. So the government lead the transformations programs according to a clear program to use the perfect way for the resources, and to speak about the efficiency of expenditure government. And it's one of, so now we consider to be one of the best countries here in the region. And we speak about the expenditure and the efficiency and to minimize the cost. And the government give us the method of the expenditure efficiency, and so we take this track. And the biggest revenue for the economic and the social level. So all the citizens will find what they need, and this is what about the expenditure efficiency. So we will find an impact for the expenditure, and this is what we gonna take about the efficiency expenditure for us, because it's very important for us to plan for the future, which give the opportunity for us to find many future opportunities and to find a great factors about the many successful exchanges we will find in the future, and to keep our positions as we are a strong economy for the universal and attractive center, a high competition between countries. Dear Your Highness, dear Excellencies, the expenditure efficiency start from 8 years ago, and thank to God first, and for the great and real vision to accomplish a great and a complete transformation. And so we have the great methodologies, one of the rules for the government work. And because they are believing on changing and to rely on youth. So our movement here aligns with our vision here. And in this year, we celebrate to reach our trip here on a financial trip more than 1 billion and 300 billion Saudi Riyal. All the expenses for this resources to develop and support 2030, and this is the fruitful of the all sections and private sectors. And from this stage I want to thank all our successful partners on the expenditure efficiency. You are the basic partners for us. Dear Your Highness, dear Excellencies, now we are in a youth government. We welcome for all partners who look for solve challenges and try to find the solutions and try to achieve successful stories. And we will speak now about our trip here will reach the end, and it's gonna be, and it's already a successful story. So we succeeded to achieve our government and our country desired, and we will still continue in this path, and we will work with you, our partners, to transfer our vision here to be a reality by working all the time and try to develop the citizen services. And we try to achieve many levels in the futures. So we will work all the time. And at the end, I want to thank all your highnesses and excellencies here to visit us here and to be with us here in this forum. And may Allah save our government and reward them a great reward, and for us to be in a good positions according to what they give us of responsibilities, and to work here in a good path from us and from you, and peace be upon you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start our program here about for the first session here, and this is the first title us for is here, and I want to invite the financial minister, His Excellency Al Jad'an, to start the first session here. In the name of Allah, and thank to God, the Prophet Muhammad may be, dear Your Highnesses, dear Excellencies, or the special guest here, welcome to our forum here under the title of the Expenditure Efficiency Forum. I'm very proud to be here with the Minister of Finance to start our first session here, which I ask Allah to explain that. First of all, thank you for the people from the commission, and thank you for the guest here. I know the time is for you to have time, and for Mr. Abdul Razzaq event like this. So thank you for being with us. Always the blessing by attending like this event. Thank you for our colleagues and heroes on the commission. Sometimes they said the government should not invest, but the government now is invest in what we have to invest in, about the efficiency and the human resources, about the youth, and they did a great work, and we will give many examples here from different government sections, and the revenue, it's very high from them. It should be studied. When we speak about the expenditure efficiency, sometimes they think that we will minimize the expenditure. No, the efficiency of the expenditure, that you have a limited resources. No one have unlimited resource. Every country have a limited resource, so you have to benefit from these resources in a biggest effect on the people you serve. So we will speak now here about the citizens, male, female, and about the residents. And
قبل الوصول في مرحلة الرقمنة الحكومية، ولدينا ما شاء الله معالي وزير الاتصالات وكالة المعلومات، ومعالي محافظ هيئة الحكومة الرقمية. قبل أن ننطلق، معالي عبد الله شرف ومحافظ هيئة البيانات والذكاء الصناعي، قبل أن تنطلق هذا الزخم الكبير من الرقمنة كان كل جهة حكومية تقريبا كل جهة حكومية لديها فروع في كل منطقة من مناطق المملكة ولديها مكاتب في محافظات متعددة. هذه المكاتب تحتاج إلى بناء مباني وتجهيزات، بعضها بني وانتهى، وبعضها مع انطلاق الرؤية وبداية الرقمنة واستبدال العمل الورقي بالعمل الرقمي من خلال الإنترنت والتطبيقات وخلافها، كان لهيئة كفاءة الإنفاق دور أساسي في بدايات الرحلة، عندما كانت مكتب قبل أن تتحول إلى هيئة وينضم إليها المشروعات الحكومية. هل نحتاج إلى هذا العدد من المكاتب؟ وقبل هذا السؤال، هل يوجد مكاتب تحت الإنشاء خصص لها ميزانيات يجب أن تتوقف؟ هذا إنفاق غير كفؤ، لم يعد له حاجة، إنفاق لا يضيف أي شيء للاقتصاد، لا يضيف أي شيء للمواطنين كخدمة، لا يضيف إطلاقاً. هذا بتعبير بسيط جداً كفاءة الإنفاق، أن توقف الإنفاق على ما لا يعود بالنفع على الاقتصاد على المواطنين وتعيد توجيهه إلى ما يعود بالنفع على المواطنين. وشاهدنا أمثلة متعددة حتى في مرحلة كوفيد-19 وما قامت فيه الحكومة من جهود كبيرة جداً في هذا التوجه، إعادة توجيه الموارد لتقديم الأثر الأكبر. سأتوقف، طولت عليك.
يعطيك العافية معاليك. طبعا يمكن قصة كوفيد كانت نجاح في بيان مدى مرونة المملكة وحكومة المملكة وكفاءتها في التعامل مع الجوائح، وزي ما تفضلت البنية الأساسية اللي وضعت للرقمنة في آلية استمرار الأعمال الحكومية تطرقت بشكل رئيسي على ارتباط الإنفاق وكفاءة الإنفاق بالأثر، وهذا أيضا ما يستوقفنا اليوم في يمكن عنوان جلستنا وعنوان المنتدى في كفاءة الإنفاق وجودة الأثر. اسمح لي أسألك السؤال بشكل عكسي، هل يوجد إنفاق ما له أثر؟ يعني أي إنفاق لابد من قدامه مخرج أو منتج معين نستفيد منه، كيف يكون إنفاق عندنا بلا أثر معالي؟
أعتقد في إنفاق بلا أثر وفي إنفاق بأثر بسيط جدا لا يقارن بالإنفاق بحجم الإنفاق، وللأسف كمان في إنفاق ذو أثر سلبي. سأعطي بعض الأمثلة بس عشان تتضح الصورة. في أحد مناطق المملكة عندما انطلقت رحلة الرؤية وبدأ الحراك في تطوير الخدمات اللي تقدم من الحكومة بشكل أفضل، أحد مناطق المملكة فيها مشروع تكاليفه بعشرات المليارات، انجز منه، صرف عليه أعتقد 5 6 7 مليار في ذلك الوقت، وكان الأثر منه صفر، توقف صفر ليترالي. ولما أقول لك الأثر سلبي، أكشولي الأثر سلبي، الناس يمرون على مشروع صرف عليه مليارات لكنه لا يخدمهم، واقف. السبب بسيط جدا صراحة، عندما تكون الحكومة تعيش في صوامع، كل جهة حكومية تعمل لوحدها، ينتج تحديات كبيرة جدا. المشروع قام ولكن لم يتم التفكير في كيف سيعمل المشروع هذا. هل صار في تنسيق مع وزارة النقل لإيصال الطرق؟ هل صار في دراسات للحركة المرورية للوصول إلى هذا المشروع؟ مشروع كبير يخدم يمكن 50,000 شخص في اليوم. هل صار في تنسيق مع موفر الخدمات المياه لتوفير المياه إلى هذا المكان؟ وقس عليها. سبب ضرب المثال هذا بس جاء شقين. الأول هو انطلاقة الهيئة من خلال المكتب، كان التركيز على مثل هذه الأمور، التخطيط. إذا لم تخطط المشروع بكامل نطاقاته لا يكفي أن تبني، ولا يكفي أن تعتمد ميزانية وتصرف الميزانية. إذا ما خططت لها بيكون الأثر عكسي. إذا ما خططت بشكل جيد سيقل الأثر، إذا لم يكن عكسي سيكون الأثر أقل بكثير ويتأخر المشروع. إذا لم تخطط بشكل جيد مقدم الخدمة الآخرين سيعانون، لأنه عندك مشروع صرفت عليه عشرات المليارات سيضطر إلى إيقاف خدمات كان مخطط لها في منطقة أخرى لخدمة مواطنين آخرين وتقديمها لهذا المشروع. الشق الثاني وهو المهم صراحة دور الهيئة في شق المشروعات الحكومية. في هذا المشروع تدخلت هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق في البداية لمعرفة الخلل، ومن ثم تدخل الشق الثاني في الهيئة اللي هو شق المشروعات الحكومية لمساعدة الجهة الحكومية على معالجة هذا الخلل. ونستطيع أن نضرب أمثلة كثيرة جدا في الإنفاق غير المؤثر أو الإنفاق ذي الأثر الأقل بكثير من حجم الإنفاق.
يمكن معاليك فحوى الإفادة هي التخطيط. يعني يمكن أستقي من إجابتك أن الإنفاق ذو الأثر الجيد هو الإنفاق المخطط له المدروس بجوانب الشمولية، بحيث أنه يكون في معرفة للعائد منه واستفادة القصوى من الأثر المترتب عليه. وأربط إذا تسمح لي هذا التوجه بتوجه الحكومة اليوم فيما يختص بالتخطيط المالي طويل المدى ومستهدفاته، وتطرقتم أيضا معاليكم سابقا إلى أهداف هذا التخطيط، ولكن اليوم في سياق الكفاءة وفي سياق جودة الأثر. كيف تتعامل الخطة المالية طويلة المدى مع ركيزة الكفاءة كمستهدف أو كممكن، وكيف نقدر نقيسها؟
في زاويتين، الأول الوقت والثانية التنسيق. بتكلم عن ثنتين أعتقد مهمة. عندما يكون عندك خطط طويلة المدى أصبح لديك الوقت لدراسة مشاريعك بكفاءة عالية جدا. أحد أكثر الأعذار تكراراً التي تمر على وزارة المالية ولا هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق أن الموضوع هذا عاجل وحرج ولازم نخلصه بكرة، وبالتالي الدراسات ما تكون متكاملة وينتج عن ذلك انخفاض في كفاءة الإنفاق في هذه المشاريع. عندما يكون عندك تخطيط طويل المدى تستطيع أن تخطط لهذه المشاريع بمراحلها الخمس اللي أعدتها الهيئة بكفاءة عالية، وبالتالي تحقق الأثر وفي وقته وبأقل تكلفة ممكنة لتحقيق العائد. هذا الأول. الثاني، عندما يكون عندك تخطيط طويل المدى يكون عندك تنسيق. وأعطي مثال آخر. في مرحلة من المراحل ما قبل الرؤية وصلنا إلى مرحلة أنه بعض محطات إنتاج المياه تنتج المياه، وقعنا العقد وانشئت محطة تحلية المياه مثلا وبدأت تنتج المياه، وندفع على هذا الإنتاج لأنه عقدنا لمدة 25 سنة أنه ينتج المياه ونشتري منه المياه، لكن البايب يرجع للبحر، الموية ترجع للبحر. لماذا؟ لأنه ما كان في تخطيط جيد للمشاريع. المشروع الثاني اللي يتطلبه محطة تحلية المياه لمسارات نقل المياه لم تكتمل، وبالتالي بدأ إنتاج المحطة بينما مسارات نقل المياه لم تنتقل. عندما يكون عندك تخطيط طويل المدى تتأكد أنه قبل أن يبدأ الإنتاج يكون البايب موجود ويكون أيضا شبكات التوزيع متوفرة لإيصال المياه للمواطنين. هذا ما يحدث الآن. التخطيط طويل المدى يتحدث عن الوقاية. الهيئة عملت بقيادة وزارة الصحة، وعندنا ممثلين من قيادة وزارة الصحة في مجال الوقاية. درست الهيئة أمراض الأطفال حديث الولادة مقارنة بدول العالم، وتبين أن عندنا النسبة أعلى يمكن ب3 أو 4 أضعاف المتوسط العالمي في الدول المتقدمة. وبقيادة وزارة الصحة وبدعم من الهيئة تم تكثيف الإنفاق. هنا زيادة إنفاق، لو تشوفها في البداية زيادة إنفاق، زاد الإنفاق على فحص حديث الولادة بنسبة كبيرة جدا، لكن العائد كان أثر عالي جدا، أثر على حماية أطفالنا من الأمراض الوراثية، علاج مبكر لهذه الأمراض، أيضاً وفر كبير جداً في علاج هذه الأمراض إذا طبقنا الوقاية البدائية في علاج الأطفال أو الفحص المبكر للأطفال حديث الولادة. هذه أمثلة متنوعة ونستطيع أن نستمر فيها لمدة ساعتين، لكن في النهاية أنا أعتقد كفاءة الإنفاق هي تحقيق الأثر المرجو بأقل استثمار ممكن، دون التفريط في الخدمة المقدمة للناس، دون التفريط في الخدمة التي ترغب في إيصالها من هذا المشروع أو هذا الإنفاق.
واضح معاليك، وأتوقع إحنا عشان الوقت بدأوا يشيرون لي، ولكن اسمح لي أختم معك الآن ما تفضلت به معاليك، ورحلة يمكن الآن منذ انطلاق الرؤية، مكتسبات كبيرة حتى تعلمناها في خلال رحلة كفاءة الإنفاق وطورنا معها وتحسنا. ما هي أبرز المكتسبات للمرحلة الماضية من رحلة كفاءة الإنفاق؟ واسمح لي أختتم بسؤالك، الكفاءة إلى أين؟ ما هي مراحل أو ملامح المرحلة المقبلة مع الزخم الحاصل الحالي؟
والله شاهدنا تطور كبير جدا في عمل منظومة كفاءة الإنفاق، بداية من الأشياء الأساسية في مواضيع التخطيط المالي و الفحص العادي المعتاد لكفاءة الإنفاق، إلى الدخول الآن في عمليات تشغيلية للجهات الحكومية ورفع كفاءة العمليات التشغيلية، وشاهدنا تقدم كبير جدا في هذا المجال. وننطلق الآن باستخدام التقنيات، وإن شاء الله نرى، يعني لا أرغب أن أعد في مناسبات مثل هذه قبل أن تتحقق، سنرى قريبا إن شاء الله إنجازات جيدة في مجال استخدام التقنية لرفع كفاءة الإنفاق. الرحلة طويلة ولن نتوقف. رؤية السعودية 2030 هي مرحلة من مراحل رحلة طويلة جدا لعزة هذا الوطن بإذن الله تعالى، قيادة حكيمة جدا. خادم الحرمين الشريفين سمو ولي العهد لا ينامون لا يكلون، يتابعون ليلا ونهارا، لديهم قيادات نفتخر فيها في جميع الجهات الحكومية، لديهم أيضا شغف كبير جدا من قيادات القطاع الخاص الذين يدعمون العمل الحكومي لتحقيق المستهدف. أنا فخور في قياداتنا الشابة لعمل أنا أعتقد سنرى أثره أكبر بكثير مما رأيناه الآن. أتمنى للجميع التوفيق، وشكرا ومعذرة على الإطالة.
شكرا معالي.
شكرا جزيلا.
الحد من الهدر، منهجياته وتطبيقاته في كفاءة الإنفاق، هذا هو عنوان الجلسة الرئيسية. واسمحوا لي أن أقدم من سيحاور في هذا الشأن، أخي هيثم خالد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا في النسخة الأولى من منتدى كفاءة الإنفاق. سعيد بوجودي معكم اليوم أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة لنناقش كل ما من شأنه رفع كفاءة الإنفاق الحكومي والحد من الهدر بمختلف أشكاله. اسمحوا لي أدعو ضيوف الكرام على المسرح لنناقش هذه الجلسة. يتفضل معالي المهندس أحمد الصويان محافظ هيئة الحكومة الرقمية. أيضاً أدعو سعادة المهندس عبد الرزاق العوجان الرئيس التنفيذي لهيئة كفاءة الإنفاق والمشروعات الحكومية. أيضاً أدعو على المسرح سعادة الأستاذ ناصر الحقباني الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة الصحة القابضة. حياكم الله ضيوف الكرام. عنوان جلستنا اليوم: الهدر، منهجياته وتطبيقاته وآثاره على كفاءة الإنفاق. معالي المهندس، اسمح لي نبدأ بمعزبنا اليوم في المنتدى لنستهل هذه الأسئلة. أبو يزن، أشرتم في الكلمة اللي قبل شوي إلى نهج القيادة اللي استقيتم منه كفاءة الإنفاق. ودي أعرف وش تعريفكم لكفاءة الإنفاق بناء على هذه المنهجية.
طيب، شكرا أخوي هيثم، ومرة ثانية حياكم الله وصبحكم الله بالخير، وشكرا لتواجدكم معنا. عودة على سؤالك، منذ انطلاق الرؤية 2030 حرصت القيادة الرشيدة حفظها الله على ثقافة كفاءة الإنفاق ورسم نهج واضح لها. فخادم الحرمين الشريفين حفظه الله رسم التوجه حين قال: سنعمل على تعزيز كفاءة الإنفاق من خلال وضع ضوابط صارمة على آليات الاعتماد بما يزيد الأثر المتحقق مقابل الصرف، وسيتم ذلك من خلال تعزيز التوافق بين الأولويات الاستراتيجية وتوزيع الميزانيات. ومن هذه الكلمة استقينا منطلقين لكفاءة الإنفاق: الأول كفاءة الإنفاق هي تعظيم للأثر، والثاني أهمية استحداث منهجيات وسياسات للارتقاء بالأثر والتركيز على الأولويات الاستراتيجية فتكون جزء من العمل الحكومي. ومن ثم من كلمة سمو سيدي ولي العهد حفظه الله في وثيقة الرؤية التي جاء فيها: نلتزم أمامكم أن نكون من أفضل دول العالم في الأداء الحكومي الفعال لخدمة المواطنين. وأضاف: سنلتزم برفع كفاءة الإنفاق العام وتحقيق الكفاءة في استخدام الموارد والحد من الهدر. ونضيف منها 3 منطلقات إضافية. المنطلق الثالث: الريادة في كافة المجالات هي متطلب. الارتقاء بخدمة المواطن. 3: الحد من الهدر بكافة أنواعه. وبالتالي وفق نهج القيادة الرشيدة حفظها الله فكفاءة الإنفاق لا تهدف للخفض، وإنما لتعظيم الأثر من كل ريال ينفق، بتفادي الهدر بكافة أنواعه وبتعظيم جودة المخرجات. وبهما معا نحقق تطلعات القيادة الرشيدة حفظها الله لخدمة الوطن والمواطن، ولنصبح نموذجا عالميا رائدا على مستوى العالم. وبالتالي كل السياسات والمنهجيات التي نستحدثها مع شركائنا شركاء النجاح من مختلف الجهات الحكومية يفترض أن تسهم بذلك. ولأنكم معانا اليوم حبينا نستغل البطاقة، فلو قلبتوا البطاقة على ظهرها، بطاقة الاسم الباج، حتلقون حطينا فيها معلومة. أول شيء استغلالا للمساحة الفاضية، فما نبغى مساحة غير مستغلة. ثانيا، ولأننا نعتقد أنها ستكون جزء من القيمة وتساعدكم تفهموا منهجيتنا أكثر في كفاءة الإنفاق، وثقنا فيها المنهجية اللي تساعدكم كذلك تستمتعوا بالنجاح وقصص النجاحات اللي تحققت من مختلف الجهات. فاستأذنكم اقلبوا البطاقة، حشرحها بعد شوي. تبدأ منهجيتنا بالتعريف بأنواع الهدر 10. في 10 أنواع للهدر عالميا وبناء على أفضل الممارسات. وبالتالي التعريف بهذه الأنواع 10 من الهدر تمكن الجميع من التعرف عليها، تحديدها، والخروج بحلول ومقترحات للتخلص منها وتفاديها. وهذا على طول حياخذنا إلى المنطلق الثاني أو النتيجة الثانية. بالتالي سنحقق الكفاءة في استخدام الموارد، سواء كانت جهد أو طاقات بشرية أو مالية أو أي موارد وهبها الله سبحانه وتعالى لهذا البلد العظيم. وبهما معا سنصل إلى جودة الأثر أو المخرجات في خدمة المواطن، ونساهم في جودة الحياة. ولأن ضيفاي من القطاع التقنية والقطاع الصحي حستخدم شوية أمثلة من هذه القطاعين كبداية. ففي التقنية على سبيل المثال، للحد من جهد المواطن وانتظاره وحاجته للتنقل ما بين المباني الحكومية ليحصل على الخدمة، فتصل إليه اليوم الخدمة بدل أن يذهب هو إليها. وبنفس الوقت مثل ما ذكر معالي رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة قبل قليل، نتبنى التقنيات والذكاء الاصطناعي على سبيل المثال في المستقبل ليس لتسريع الأثر وحسب، ولكن للارتقاء بجودة العمل وجودة الحياة، بينما نسابق دول العالم على الريادة. وفي القطاع الصحي نفعل استخدام الروبوت للارتقاء بجودة العمليات وتقليص وقت الانتظار للتشافي. كما احتفلنا بتكريم سمو سيدي ولي العهد قبل أيام لفريق مستشفى الملك فيصل التخصصي العام لتحقيقهم الريادة العالمية في استخدام الروبوت لأول عملية زراعة قلب في العالم. ثم نستفيد من التوأم الافتراضي الذي أطلقه معالي وزير الصحة خلال المنتدى العالمي للصحة ليساهم بمتابعة الحالة الصحية للمجتمع ككل، فيرتقي بقدرات الحكومة على التنبؤ بالأمراض وحاجة المواطنين، فنعمل بشكل استباقي لتوجيه الموارد للوقاية بدلاً من العلاج، فنطيل بتوفيق الله سبحانه وتعالى العمر المتوقع للمجتمع ككل، ونسهم في سنوات حياة أفضل خالية من الأمراض. وبالتالي نحقق رؤية قيادتنا الرشيدة حفظها الله في تعظيم القيمة المتحققة مقابل الإنفاق الحكومي بفكر وعمل يكون فيه الإحسان والإتقان سمة لخدمة الوطن والمواطن وتحقيق التطلعات.
ما شاء الله عليكم بيزن، يعني حتى البطاقة ما خليتوها في حالها. أتوقع معالي الجدعان مبسوط الحين. الله يعطيكم العافية وعساكم بالقوة. أنتقل إلى معالي المهندس أحمد. ما شاء الله المملكة العربية السعودية صار فيها تحول رهيب في التقدم الرقمي. كيف يمكن للأدوات الرقمية دعم السياسات الحكومية في تحقيق أهدافها لتقليل الهدر؟
شكرا جزيلا هيثم. وفي البداية وبارك نجاح منتدى كفاءة الإنفاق لأخي معالي أبو فيصل وأخوي أبو يزن، يعني فخورين جدا بهذا العمل المؤسسي المتميز الذي يحقق أثر. وعلى هذا السؤال تحديدا، يعني خلني أبدأ في البداية أتكلم عن التقنية والأدوات الرقمية والتقنيات الناشئة أيضا. أي تقنية لا تقدم زيادة في الإنتاجية أو تحقيق في الكفاءة أو تجربة أفضل للمستفيدين فهي بالتالي لا تقدم قيمة. فإذا كان هناك استخدام للتقنية بدون تحقيق هذه المستهدفات فيجب أنه دائما يكون مراجعة، وهذا دور مهم على كل جهة سواء كانت في القطاع الحكومي أو القطاع الخاص، أنه دائما يكون في مراجعة على الاستثمار في التقنية لتحقيق الأثر منها. وهذا والله الحمد اللي اليوم حاصل في المملكة العربية السعودية من خلال نماذج وأمثلة متعددة تقدمها الجهات الحكومية. واسمح لي أذكر بشكل سريع يمكن 3 نماذج بسيطة. الأول لدى الزملاء في وزارة الخارجية، كيف استطاعوا استخدام التقنية في إصدار التأشيرات مقارنة مع الوضع السابق اللي كان يضطر الزملاء في وزارة الخارجية في السفارات والقنصليات إلى استقبال الجوازات ومراجعتها، ويمكن يحتاجون نقل الجوازات من القنصلية إلى السفارة وتجهيز مكان للطباعة وتجهيز موظفين لاستقبال الجمهور وتسليم الجوازات. اليوم ولله الحمد الزملاء في وزارة الخارجية تخلصوا من ذلك باستخدام التقنية، واليوم المستفيد يدخل على البوابة من خلال بوابة وزارة الخارجية ويحصل عليها بشكل مباشر. الأثر وفر سنوي تجاوز 283 مليون، فتحية كبيرة للزملاء في وزارة الخارجية ونشكرهم. مثال آخر، ومعالي مساعد وزير الموارد البشرية أبو عبد الله موجود معنا، قبل 3 سنوات فقط فروع وزارة الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية حول المملكة المعدل الشهري باستقبال المراجعين كان يزيد عن 60,000 مراجع بالشهر. اليوم في 2024 لا يزيد عدد المراجعين الشهري عن 3,000 مراجع، وهذا بدون أدنى شك، بالإضافة إلى أنه قدم تجربة أفضل للمستفيدين، أيضا حقق وفر، والوفر يزيد عن 107 ملايين، وكل الشكر للأبطال في وزارة الموارد البشرية. الأدوات التقنية لا تقدم مهام وظيفية فقط، ولكن تساعد أيضا على قياس الأثر والمتابعة. وفي عندنا الحقيقة نموذج مبهر قامت فيه منظومة الطاقة من خلال المركز السعودي لكفاءة الطاقة وبالتعاون مع الزملاء في كفاءة الإنفاق بمراجعة استهلاك الكهرباء في المرافق والمباني الحكومية، واستطاعوا من خلال أداة للرصد والمتابعة والقياس والمقارنة تحقيق وفر من السعة الكهربائية تجاوز 4.6 تيرا واط بالسنة. وهذا عشان بس نستطيع نقارنه، هذه الكمية من الكهرباء تستطيع تشغيل أكثر من 370 ألف منزل على مدى عام كامل. فكل الشكر للأبطال في وزارة الطاقة ومنظومة الطاقة على هذا العمل الكبير.
الله يعطيكم العافية. فعلا جهود ملموسة من مختلف القطاعات الحكومية. أنتقل للأستاذ ناصر. أستاذ ناصر، أيضا السعودية صار فيها تحول كبير في القطاع الصحي للأفضل ما شاء الله. التجمعات الصحية هي رحلة تحولية من منشآت تابعة لوزارة الصحة إلى منظمات رعاية صحية متكاملة ومسؤولة. كيف حقق هذا الشيء في الحد من الهدر؟
في البداية أول شيء أشكر أخي المهندس عبد الرزاق على الدعوة الكريمة وزملائه في هيئة الإنفاق. طبعا بداية تحول انتقال التجمعات بدأت مع انطلاق الرؤية عندما أطلقها سمو سيدي 2016 من تجمعات ومن خدمات صحية متفرقة إلى خدمات صحية متكاملة مترابطة تركز على الوقاية. وزي ما ذكر معالي وزير المالية قبل شوي، الوقاية هي اللي تساهم في عملية الهدر وعملية الإكسبنس اللي كانت تندفع سابقا، بالإضافة إلى تحول هذه التجمعات إلى الإدارة بكفاءة وفعالية. فركزوا التجمعات على 3 عناصر أساسية اللي هي سهولة الحصول على الخدمة، الجودة العالية في تقديم الخدمة، كذلك الاستغلال والاستثمار الأمثل للموارد. ويسمحوا لي أضرب بعض الأمثلة. إحدى التجمعات في جانوري 23 كان يشوف في أقسام الطوارئ الحالات 4 و5 ما نسبته 48%. في سبتمبر الماضي نزلوها إلى 22%. هؤلاء وين راحوا؟ راحوا إلى خدمات أقل تكلفة بجودة عالية. من مراكز الإيرجنت كير بجانوري كانت تشوف 17,000، بسبتمبر شافت 71,000 مراجعة. وكان هذا سوف يتم العمل عليه من خلال طوارئ المستشفيات وعدم الاستغلال الأمثل للموارد. كذلك اليوم سعت الوزارة وسواء شركة صحة القابضة والتجمعات الصحية في تحسين جودة الخدمة من خلال استخدام الأمثل سواء في التجهيزات. اليوم مثلا نضرب مثال بالأشعة، اليوم أصبح الاستشاري سواء بالسكندري هوسبيتال ولا التيرشري هوسبيتال يثق في البرايمري كير، لأنه جودة المنتج اللي يطلع من هذه المنظمة موثوق فيه من قبل الاستشاري. لذلك قللنا في عملية إعادة تصوير الأشعة عندما يتم تصوير في مركز الرعاية الأولية من خلال الأرشفة الفيلمية. ممكن الطبيب الاستشاري يشوف النتيجة ويتخذ القرار لأنه يثق في المنتج الذي قدم له. كل هذه ساهمت بالإضافة إلى مضاعفة الخدمات الفيرتشوال كلينيك. اليوم أصبح إحدى التجمعات زاد 27 ضعف في مشاهدة المرضى من خلال الفيرتشوال كلينيك، وهذا معناه سهولة الأكسس على الخدمة، مما أتاح فرصة العلاج في المراحل الأولية، مما ساهم في تقليل التكاليف المستقبلية لو قدر الله أنه وصل متأخرا.
جميل، رائع. أول ما بدأت هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق كثير من الجهات الحكومية كانوا يعتقدون أن الهيئة الهدف الأساسي اللي هو قصقصة الميزانيات، لكن مع سنوات من العمل تغيرت هذه الصورة وفهم أن كفاءة الإنفاق تعني تعظيم الأثر، وهذا الهدف الأساسي للهيئة. ودي ننتقل للهدر. وش تعريفكم مهندس عبد الرزاق للهدر وكيف تتعاملون للحد منه؟
في الممارسات العالمية للارتقاء بالكفاءة والجودة في خطوتين أساسية. الخطوة الأولى تعريف القيمة من منظور العميل، وفي سياق العمل الحكومي يكون تعريف القيمة من منظور تطلعات القيادة وتطلعات المواطن. وبالتالي في إجراءات وآليات تقديم الخدمة للمواطن كل إجراء لا يضيف قيمة مضافة سواء كانت مباشرة أو غير مباشرة يعتبر هدر، يستلزم الحد منه أو التخلص منه بما يمكن من حلول مبتكرة. ففي الخطوة الأولى نعرف ما هي القيمة بعين المستفيد. الخطوة الثانية تحليل الإجراءات والخطوات اللازمة لإيصال القيمة للعميل وتحديد مواطن الهدر فيها. وبالتالي مهم جدا أن نتعرف على أنواع العشرة الموجودة أمامكم حتى نميزها ونحد منها في إجراءات وخطوات إيصال القيمة للارتقاء بالجودة والكفاءة. وخلوني أعطي مثال. على سبيل المثال، الخدمة بالنسبة للمواطن قد تكون الحصول أني أنا أمسك الجواز الجديد، أخذ الجواز الجديد بيدي معي خلاص، هذه هي القيمة. كل الخطوات اللي قبلها لا تضيف لي قيمة. لو تمت وما استلمت الجواز ليس لها معنى. أو إيصال أو الحصول على رخصة بناء، أي خطوات قبلها بدون ما أحصل على الرخصة ليس لها قيمة. أو تلقي العلاج، كل الأشعة، كل التحاليل، كل الزيارات بدون العلاج ليس لها قيمة. أو حتى استخراج شهادة ميلاد مولود جديد، فالانتظار للمواعيد والتنقل بين الجهات الحكومية أو تعبئة النماذج أو المتطلبات بعين المستفيد هي خطوات غير ضرورية حتى يصل على الخدمة. ولكن اليوم اللي حاصل بالتحول الرقمي غير هذا النموذج التقليدي القديم وارتقى بجودة الخدمة وكفاءتها التشغيلية دون الحاجة إلى التنقل ما بين المباني لتقديم الخدمات الحكومية. ومثال آخر في قطاع الطاقة، استغلال طاقة الرياح والطاقة المتجددة على العموم هو مثال على الاستغلال الأمثل لأحد الموارد التي وهبنا الله سبحانه وتعالى في هذا البلد. كذلك مبادرة وزارة الطاقة في إزاحة الوقود السائل هي تفادي المعالجة المفرطة. أقدر أصل لنفس الإنتاج ونفس الطاقة بتوليدها بدون استخدام الوقود السائل، باستخدام الغاز. مثال آخر بتعاون وزارة الخارجية ووزارة الحج، ويمكن مثل ما ذكر أخوي معالي صويان قبل قليل، أصبح لدينا منصة موحدة لإصدار تأشيرات الحج والعمرة، وهذا مثال للحد بين المناولة، انتقال الجواز، انتقال الأوراق، التأشيرات، وتعبئة نماذج مختلفة خدمة لضيوف الرحمن، فصار يحصل عليها من مكان واحد. ووزارة البلديات ممثلة على سبيل المثال في أمانة المنطقة الشرقية طورت معايير جديدة لسفلتة الطرق وصيانتها، لأنها تواجه واحد من أنواع الهدر هو الإجهاد، والإجهاد ناتج بسبب العوامل الطبيعية في المنطقة تتسبب إلى حاجة الطرق إلى صيانة مكثفة. فبالتالي بالابتكار طوروا معايير صيانة وزفلتة الطرق حتى يتعاملوا مع الإجهاد الحاصل في المنطقة. وبالتالي في كل مرة نرى حولنا خلال مرحلة ومراحل تقديم الخدمة أحد أنواع الهدر، سواء انتظار أو مخزون ومخازن أو تفاوت على الطلب للخدمات، فأحيانا يكون الطلب أكثر من السعة المقدرة أو أقل من السعة، أو أي نوع من أنواع الهدر العشرة الموجودة. نعلم أن لدينا فرصة للارتقاء بالجودة والكفاءة وتحسين الخدمة المقدمة للمستفيد، إما بإعادة تصميم الإجراءات أو بتغيير نموذج تقديم الخدمة. وخلال اليومين القادمة في المنتدى سيكون أمامكم نماذج وقصص نجاحات الجهات الحكومية الشقيقة وأثر فعلي بالأرقام لنتيجة هذه التحسينات. واستغل هذه الفرصة لأشكر جميع الشركاء على جهودهم الحكومية الرائعة في مجال الارتقاء بكفاءة وجودة الإنفاق خلال الفترة الماضية، فلكم جزيل الشكر والتقدير.
فعلا في المملكة العربية السعودية والله يعني تعودنا وعودتنا السعودية على تطبيق الرقمنة في كل شيء. صار المواطن أو حتى المستفيد والمقيم إذا فتح خدمة معينة مثلا ووصل لمرحلة دفع وطلعت له خانة تعبئة الفيزا تلقاه يزعل يقول ليش ما في خيار أبل باي. فشكرا دلعتونا يا مهندس أحمد. مع المهندس تطبيق التقنية أكيد يواجه كثير من التحديات، ودي أعرف وش التحديات اللي تواجه الجهات الحكومية في تطبيق الرقمنة.
أعتقد هذا سؤال مهم، شكرا هيثم. أكبر تحدي يمكن خليني أقول 3 تحديات، أبرز 3 تحديات. أهم تحدي هو إدارة التغيير. إدارة التغيير تحتاج مراعاة كبيرة من خلال الزملاء في هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق والأجهزة الداعمة للهيئة. الناس بطبيعتهم وأيضا طريقة عمل الأقسام وهم منشغلين دائما في أعمال التشغيل ومهامهم اليومية، من الصعب جدا أنه نقنعهم بطريقة مختلفة لأداء العمل. فالمطلوب أنه دائما يكون في إدراك ومراعاة للمقاومة اللي ممكن أنها تحصل بسبب أو بدون سبب، بمبررات واضحة فنية أو بدون مبررات ستحصل المقاومة. فلذلك يجب أن يكون في عمل منظم لمواجهة هذا التحدي، وهذا اللي الحقيقة نشوفه من خلال الزملاء في هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق. ويعني الحلول لهذا التحدي كثيرة، من ضمنها طبعا إقامة مثل هذا المنتدى اللي يوضح الأثر ويحكي قصص نجاح مختلفة من جهات حكومية متعددة، وضع حوافز واضحة من خلال تشجيع الجهات الحكومية على عمل التغيير وبالتالي تحقيق النجاح بشكل واضح. فالأول هو إدارة التغيير. الجانب الثاني هو الاعتماد واستخدام التقنيات الناشئة وتحديدا الذكاء الاصطناعي. ومعالي الدكتور عبد الله شرف موجود معنا، والزملاء في سدايا الحقيقة عندهم قدرات وحلول جدا رائعة. هذه دعوة لكل الجهات الحكومية للاستفادة من القدرات والحلول اللي موجودة عند الزملاء في سدايا، ويجب التفكير بطريقة مختلفة باستخدام التقنيات الناشئة، تحديدا الذكاء الاصطناعي وأيضا سلاسل الكتل والدرونز وغيرها من الحلول، الاي او تي، أيضا إنترنت الأشياء. الطريقة التقليدية بتقديم الخدمات من خلال منصات وتطبيقات مهمة.
Solutions that can give us a great things. We always say in the digital transformation we have to re-energe. So in the intelligence we have to change in the work model, and we can even change the stockholders, of course, and at the end we want to reach the effect here. I notice with our colleagues here on the expenditure efficiency, we try first to eliminate the opportunity and try to find the source. May will not use this source, so it's very important to have encourage and to take decision when we need any source, whatever the source, if it's a facility or surface. If we don't need it, we should stop it and to find another way to do the surface to reduce the waste in a good way. Thank you. Now I will go to Mr. Nasser.
جي على المخزون وعلاقته بالحد من الهدر.
اسمح لي في البداية أول شيء أشكر معالي رئيس مجلس الإدارة مع المهندس فهد الجلاج وأعضاء مجلس الإدارة على.
Allow me at the beginning to thank the board of directors member for approving the strategy, the updated the strategy of health that meant to elevate the strategy for all. Before we move to the strategics, we move to the challenges. Is the extra of in the inventory duplication and some issues, logistic services. It was an issue. This strategy of the Qabida as well made sure to deal with these challenges through applying the health care through knowing the population. I hope that all of the existing people, they have Sahati application. All the family doctor knows what is what's happening, and this allows us to do planning and to go for budget for the beneficiaries. The extra in the inventory, we know today that within this society, if I am in a group, we know then the quality of the population, the quality of the sickness. Even if the request, whether medical or they helped us in planning, we also dealt with the in the inventory with cooperation with private company sectors such as NOPCO. We launched the door-to-door services. The service should arrive or reach the department, and this helped the efficiency. Also applying the GPPR, today we don't pay according to the solutions that we have, or some of them are used or not used. We are moved to what have been tested and with the result, and this reduced the waste based on the digital system. Every citizen have the file, the health file. They have a doctor for every family. There are plans, therapy plans. We made sure that the initiatives 90 screening, 90 diagnostic, and 90 controls, and this will help us to mitigate the waste. In the society, the highest who have the disease is diabetic. This will have complications. Any 1% reduce in the percentage help us to save more than 22,000 US dollars around 10 years for each patient. This happens through proactive proactive measurements. We go to what is the efficiency, what's the impact that happened through these methodologies. In short and in numbers, and according to the joint efforts starting from the launching of the vision, it's $1 trillion and 150 billion reals. And according to His Excellency the Minister of Finance, Al-Jadaan, and this project, the bio project that serve the nation and serve the population. And the indexes, the performances, we ask ourselves how the investment, the revenue on investment on, and today the revenue of investment accumulatively is 85%. So every real we spend, it has a revenue of 85 reals. And if we calculated the direct and indirect impact, it will be more than 300 reals for each invested real. The other of the quality of impact, the fastness of accomplishment of projects and transformation in the models of services provided. For example, the private project for the national priority that was assigned for the Efficiency Expenditure Authority, we saved more than 20,000 days in order to reach the citizen. Medicating a percentage of 50% of the and also localization to 100,000 employee jobs, and adding 75 products for the electronic market through framework agreements. All of these agreements in the electronic market allowed the SMEs to participate of 50% of the framework agreements. And according to that, we accelerated the richness of these documents for beneficiaries in the governmental sector, so they don't need to have a bid for ask or request for proposals. And these products you order, it arrives in less than 1 week. How also to develop the models of services and how you innovate solutions defining the waste types. Some of the entities have managed to accelerate the services at the percentage of 30%, and we hope for better. We trained more than 10,000 trainee because they are national talent that they can have effect and impact in 120 governmental entities. And this is as a light or a small overview about what happened, the milestones and accomplishment in all the governmental sectors. It's only a short overview about the joint work of the governmental sectors in order to amplify the impact of every spent real for the service of the nation and the populations. And over these 2 days, you will know more and hear about accomplishment and milestones supported by, improved by numbers. We are very proud and we are very happy with the competition that happens among the governmental sectors and even in the private sectors in expenditure efficiency and mitigating waste. Thank you all for attending. Thank you for the panelists. Stay with us for the upcoming sessions. What is the concept of quality of expenditure? This will be the title of the upcoming presentation with engineer Abdelilah Nabil Sabbagh. What is the quality of expenditure and how does it impact the efficiency of services and its efficacy? Dear honored guests, dear honored attendees, peace be upon you. The esteemed wise government, they give a high priority for enhancing the concept of quality of expenditure and elevating the governmental services based on counting on after the God the quoting from the custodian of the two holy mosque who says that we are determined to continue in having the reform initiatives in the light of 2030 and the continuous enhancement of the quality of life and the ultimate utilization of available resources and elevating, qualifying the expenditure with the ambition that is the sky is limits and the mountains, the heights of the mountains. His to serve the populations, and together we will carry on and we will continue to build our country as we all wish, prosperous, strong, fortified, built by its youth and citizens. And the international concept of the quality of expenditure and providing national services. It refers to fulfill the direct goals by best expenditure through international benchmarking and national benchmarking for the milestones and fulfill target and also for the expenditure rates. We can measure the quality of expenditure through a model of measurements that happens through the governmental sector, and it reflects on the vertical y-axis and through the rates of expenditure, and that's x-axis. It shows different directions for the expenditure efficiency, and there are some directions that should be avoided that will result in the raising of the rates of expenditure, and these are negative trends. And another one is positive trends, and that will enable the aimed goals multiplying the expenditures. The expenditure is being reviewed in terms that there is an rescue to raise it for better results, to make sure to what extent is the quality and efficiency of expenditure. The quality and efficiency of expenditure focus on several perils and aspects, among of which is measuring the fulfilled outcomes out of the sectors and connecting to the rates of efficiencies. And this is what have been presented in the previous slide. And then benchmarking internationally and having the national benchmarking in the fulfilled expenditure or from the private and governmental sector, and also the rates on the different regions. Then to define what are the opportunities to raise the expenditure efficiency and quality outcome, and then define the priorities to contribute the amplifying the results, and also through suggesting extra initiatives to enhance the efficiency of expenditure. And for that, the application of efficiency expenditure affects different fields, starting from the level of the vision and its strategic programs, reaching to the governmental sectors such as education and health, and reaching to the level of the governmental sector, on example, the Ministry of Health or Sport or Education, reaching to the level for each service that is presented for the nationals, beneficiaries, for example, issuing the passports or ID. Through focusing on the concepts of expenditure efficiency, it contributes to the positive impact on several levels, among of which is enhancing the sample of presenting or the models of presenting the services for nation, which contributes to finding distinct and significant models, and will enhance the quality of the beneficiaries, and also through using the technology and AI. The efficiency of expenditure and its quality, it enhance the linkage between the strategic and financial planning in the governmental sectors, and this will enable us to predict the rate of expenditure for fulfilling the expenditure. This measure contributes to continuous enhancement for the performance of the expenditure efficiency through monitoring and also comparing the inputs and outputs. As an example, for example, we measure the indexes of outcomes, for example, for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in comparing to the international. And from an introductory point of view, the increment of expenditure is not necessarily leads to better outcome, and also having external impact that affect the outcomes should be taken in consideration in order to study the case better. The historical overview for the performance of the expenditure efficiency indexes is very important. For example, in this example, we see that the kingdom is progressing horizontally with commitment to fixed rate, and in comparison with the benchmark country, we know that there's a high raise in expenditure for better outcome. Starting from its strategy, the authority of expenditure efficiency and quality of impact work on different styles in order to frame and activate the efficiency of expenditure, among of which is drafting a methodology for the quality and expenditure efficiency, and that will define the initiatives in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and also Ministry of Economy and Planning. And through working with all the parts in this and also the authority work with its strategic partners to work on enhancing the artificial intelligence, which enables for more efficiency. These partners are SADAYA and CDR and the Digital Governmental Authority and others. In closing, we call you, our partners, partner of success, to adopt the concept of efficiency of expenditure through the best utilization of the available governmental resources, and also through enhancing the services present models to be among the top qualities in the governmental performance efficiency. And peace be upon you. Dear honored guests, we will have a short break and we will resume by 12 o'clock.
الأعزائي الحضور، سنستأنف فعاليات اليوم الأول لمنتدى كفاءة الإنفاق بعد قليل. يرجى العودة لمقاعدكم. حياكم الله وبياكم.
Okay, done.
مرحبا بكم.
Welcome everyone, dear honored guest. At the beginning, allow me to introduce myself. I am Imad Al Mikbil, the producer of Sharq Bloomberg. It gives me a great honor to be here and also to be the moderator of this panel discussion. This session, as we have noticed, it has elevating the practices of expenditure efficiency. We will talk about its importance, what are the challenges through this project, as well as how to transform the policies and the practices into criteria that are measurable and accessible, and also to follow up. And connecting all of these, linking all of these to Vision 2030. How to be connected and how to fulfill the vision through this program. And finally, we will talk about the pillars of sustainability of expenditure efficiency as an innovative solution, and what are the accomplishments and milestones have been done so far. We talked with you about the main enablers. No doubt that any project, any vision, any idea will be faced by challenges. In your role, there are some enablers that may help the governmental sector to fulfill the expenditure efficiency. Thank you, Bro Imad. And at the beginning, I'd like to thank the organizers at the authority for this excellent organization and for gathering such a great number in this first forum. It may give me a context that will allow me to answer the questions about to clarify in these questions. At the beginning, the session title has two important terms I'd like to focus, which is elevating with the governmental or public sector. And I believe that those organized and prepared for this session, they realize totally, especially after we have noticed the huge celebration that people participated in the milestones and accomplishment, and what we have seen in the accompanying exhibitions. That we want to elevate the level that we have fulfilled over the past 4 or 5 years, and we will elevate to something that is more impactful. Also, the title of the panel titled something that is concerned with the governmental sector, and I think that there's a purpose for that. And although that the concepts are similar in the private and public sector, however, the tools and the ways of measurement or methodology of measurement are different, and maybe I will highlight later. I would like also to apologize for all the attendees, because we will talk about something that is known and familiar, and maybe that the accomplishment we had presented, that the enablers will present only for affirmation, and all of the colleagues are exerting. Maybe I'll start with the first enabler, and I believe that this is which defines at the end whether there is a capability to fulfill the efficiency of expenditure, which is belief and will, and which we call it in another terminology, that's the institutional culture. If the institutional culture is not provided that believes in the necessity of having efficiency of expenditure, it will end up in fading of all of these efforts. And we see that the institutional should be built within the work cycle, the holistic work cycle. Everything that is concerned with a project or an expenditure, all the value chain should adapt and believe that there is a necessity for the expenditure efficiency. The other thing, that to have a legalization, a framework, and to have policies that incubate all the efforts in order to reach the efficiency. Otherwise, there will not be consistency among the entities to fulfill the goals. The other thing is concerned with the human capacity and talent, and we need the good thought of the efficiency of expenditure requires believers and specialized in expenditure efficiency. These people, they activate all the measurement tools, and as I mentioned, through the holistic and comprehensive value chains. And through this analysis, they reach what is the best, and maybe His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, will be have the as he quoted from him, that the efficiency of expenditure doesn't mean reducing or minimizing the expenditure, but to have the ultimate output and ultimate efficiency. The other things is related to the digital component. We talked about that there has been expenditure efficiency that was fulfilled through the component digital. What I mean is like using technology in analysis, benchmarking, etc., in order to reach an important component of data and take informed decisions in the concern of the expenditure efficiency. Feedback is very important because we started with a culture, then we moved to analysis, and we have a framework. There has be there's a need to be learned lessons to define the requirement of the expenditure. Consequently, there has to be feedback and supervision. Monitoring is very important. I highlighted five enablers, but I'd like to highlight and assert that once again His Excellency the Minister of Finance used the term of silos when he talked about our status before. If there is the entity that are working on this issue, and I talked about all the concerned parties, the recruitment, financial directorates, engineering, projects, operating, all of them. If they work in silos and not in integration and in connection, we will not have any benefit from the existence of these pillars. So the leader of the team, which is the highest in the authority, needs to fulfill that there is connection and integration among all. You threatened me before the panel, and I will stop here in order to avoid the time. We need to commit to the time in order to allow the other panelists their time. Engineer Rashid, I move to you. His Excellency Mr. Abdulaziz mentioned several points that are important in expenditure efficiencies. These policies, how to transform it into measurable criteria, monitored criteria, how important is this? At the beginning, thank you very much for this invitation, and I congratulate and I commend our colleagues at this authority for this significant conference. Do I have 3 or 5 hours? Joking. When we hear such a question, it comes to our mind the famous say that what can't be measured can't be developed. And I don't want to talk about the theoretical point about the importance of indexes and KPIs. However, I will give examples that will clarify the questions. Starting the launch, since the starting or the launching of the Vision 2030, we have so many success stories in fulfilling these indexing. I will not name any sector in order for other sectors will not have an issue. In 2016, there has been a challenge at the colleagues at the civil services at the quality of vocational or employment data for the public government sector. We remember that in 2016, when we faced this challenge, the value was 46%. The quality of data for the vocational or employment data for the employments. We had a transparency. The ministry, they admitted and they acknowledged this challenge, and we were trying to clarify the goal that we are seeking. There has been a high importance by the leadership. There has been a lawyer decree. We started working with the ministry in workshop to build an index that to measure the quality of data. After we started measuring, they started the quarterly reports. The esteemed leadership, they have decisions based on, and as you said, as you mentioned in the questions, they are decisions that are built on the accuracy of this data and then carrying on with the implementation. The first year after 2019, we reached 80%. At the beginning of the next year, we reached 97%. So today, to have a clear challenge, a great priority, a goal that we seek, a clear index, and a holistic management. It's not that we have an index and we have a goal. It's a comprehensive, integrated management. We start with the goals, we start with the vision, and then the measuring and also corrections. We have so many examples in the financial, the financial statements. We have the compliance with the approved budgets and also the efficiency of expenditure. So many indexes that is working with the center in a collaboration with other governmental sectors. In short, I would like to say that it's highly important to have KPIs that are measurable and how to manage it in a proper way. We move to Mr. Maher, Engineer Maher. The engineer has mentioned a number of examples and stories. We would like to ask about the main components that need to be taken in consideration to make sure of the feasibility of the expenditure quality. I'd like to thank you for inviting me, and I'm very proud to be here. Actually, as our Abu Nawaf and Rashid, by Bro Rashid mentioned, that you have main components that should be existing in order to have a clear goal. What is the first factor? Is to have a commitment and change starting from the leadership, and this is what he mentioned at the beginning of the session. Whether the leadership, if they are not convinced to have a change in the efficiency of expenditure, will not happen. So it's important to have this will. The other one is to have tools of measurement that are extremely clear in order to know what is the direction and where we are heading. Third thing is that the enabling and also the constant assessment and review. Expenditure efficiency cannot happen over the night. It's a journey, and it could be a continuous journey of enhancement. And we go back to the first factor, which is leadership. How can they be convinced? It's a belief that we can elevate the efficiency of expenditure. We have limited resources, as His Excellency mentioned in his keynote speech, and then how can we raise its efficiency expenditure? Second point is to prepare a clear plan, whether a strategy or a systematic map. What are the phases that we shall do in order to redo and enhance and assess. The third part that is from the leadership is the management of change. And because people here, they say that we are so bored of all these things being said over and over again. So the management of this change is a whole different science. What are the tools to be used, as we mentioned, and as my brother, is to have an analysis for the current situation. If we don't measure, we will never know how much is the renting car requires at the institutions, how many cars I need in the futures, and how to elevate the expenditure efficiency at the same amounts, which means that I have discussion for new contracts. So when you measure the current status, analyze, spot the opportunities, and start to work on it in the systematic methodology. Transparency, it's very important, is to spread this information inside, internally and externally, and also the authority of expenditure efficiency are one of the most enablers. This is in terms of the measurements, and in order to enable the elevating of efficiency expenditure, you have to have people who prepare plans and continue reviewing and supervising these plans. If we work on the as usually our daily, it will not happen. So there has to be a team that they will follow the implementation of the plan, and also a practice, a training, a systematic training, because there's always will be a need to elevate the human capacity. Even if it's an Excel sheet, we have a measure, even if it's on Excel sheet, the measurement of data. Another thing is the periodical overview for the plan, whether it's on quarter base or monthly, what has been done in a nice way and what went wrong. We move to you, Engineer Riyadh. Dear honored, the honored guest has mentioned several points. Mr. Abdelaziz talked about the enablers, among of which you have updated a program that are the pillars of sustainability of expenditure efficiency. Would you please highlight the challenges that this big project is facing? In the name of God, the most merciful, most gracious, we welcome you all, and I will honor the guest of the panel, Your Excellencies, and you are honored to have you here with us in our forum and your forum. What His Excellency has highlighted and the other excellencies mentioned about high values that is concerned with quality and non-spending and ihsan as well, that emanates from our religion, and there has been mentioned several times in the verses of Quran and also in the quotes from the Prophet Muhammad, etc. And in this light, and after establishing this authority, is to reach a prosperous, sustainable economy. And one of our strategic goals is concerned in activating the best practices in private sectors. Under this, we have so many programs and initiatives, among of which is the program of sustainable efficiency of expenditure. This program concerned with building capacities, activating the best practices, elevating the maturity at the governmental sector, and management of the change. All the methodologies and the policies and all are being applied through this ambitious national program. The program covers 7 strategic pillars, are shown on the screen. It's an expenditure, a whole expenditure cycle, where the strategic planning is being conducting and building the cultural culture as well as the rules and technological enablers. We move now to the pillar that is concerned in preparation and planning. This pillar is concerned with the financial planning and also planning of the human capital, recruitment planning, etc. And it's the found base for us. The other one is building capacities. One of the most important data that we work with the governmental sector is qualifying the human capacity for governmental sessions. His Excellencies, the COO, and the previous one mentioned a group of a set of numbers, and we say that we trained more than 10,000 people in the governmental sector. And then we move to the pillars 4, 5, and 6 that is concerned with recruitment, assets, amenities, and facilities, until we reach the last pillar, which is measuring the impact. And I summarize the program in 4 points. The program aims to unify and standardize the criteria and practices under one framework. It aims at enhancing the financial resources and minimizing the waste, and also to engineer the operation and also contribute to the enhancement of human capacity that will contribute to the sustainable financial and sustainable economy and fulfilling the Vision 2030. We go to you, Ms. Abdelaziz. To reaching the financial sustainability should be done through practices, how it's important and how to enhance these practices for the governmental sector to fulfill this financial sustainability. Actually, I like this question, but it contains terminologies that are heavy and that will start a discussion that endless. Specifically, the sustainable financial, all of them according to their backgrounds, they have different perspectives. But maybe let's first agree that the resources, regardless of its nature, are limited and they are not infinite. In time and in time of also in the cost of using these. And the other one is, since we are talking about financial sustainability, we named the title with the term of elevating. We cannot carry on with what we have been done over the 5 years. There has been so many enhancement in the methodologies, but we were just distinguishing the fire and emergency remedies. I heard in a previous session a description that these are a low-hanging fruit. So the impact is huge, and it's easy to reach. We cannot carry on with this methodology. We have started a while ago in the governmental system as an all. We have to have a totally different line that is led by the financial sustainability, and to run these resources no matter how limited they are. And we go to the first panel. For me personally, the expenditure efficiency represent 2 phases. At first, it's an input. You should activate all the tools of analysis and thinking in order to know how much you have to spend and on what. The second, that it's an output and will result in an outcome. The outcome or the result, any excessive resources will be reused and recycled. This is why I thought that we should reconsider it. Any entity that doesn't have a clear in the objectives, definitely the expenditure will be spontaneous and stalled and will not be capable because we will not be able. How much is the revenue? We have to have clear goals. The funding aspect is the role in the discussions and among the sector.
لكن الحقيقة يعني جهات كثيرة أبدعت لن
And there has been so many entities that they were very good and innovating. I will not name any because I will not name some of them in order not to miss out some. They have innovated in the way they utilize financial in order to fulfill the ultimate expenditure. And the accompanying exhibition is full of the entities. So the funding is less and the productivity is increased. However, this financial sustainability to fulfill the sustainable development, it should take in consideration that we started from the first phase, which is rephrasing the scope of the project or the initiatives and define whether this scope will fulfill the outcomes or not. Second thing, if we could convince the funder to give us whatever we want, after the design, we need to think of implementation. Do we have a qualified operating system that incubate the project? Have we used the contractor? Have we proactively defined the risk that will hinder fulfilling these goals in order to reach the goals? The KPIs, that significance within the work cycle and after completion of the project. We move to you, Engineer Rashid. You deal with different governmental sector and the composition and the goals and everything. How can we standardize criteria for measuring the performance? Thank you, Brahimad, and I believe that your questions is highly important. While we were talking about the practices, the measuring of performance is a little bit different, and that our colleagues are working, standardizing the criteria is highly significant. And taking in consideration the international benchmarking, the attendees would know if we said about ISO 20007 and 1 that is concerned in information security, the standardizations are one for all the sectors and all the parties. Standardizing these criteria in one framework contributes in support, starting from the authority support and also by the side of governmental sectors. By the authority, when the criteria is one, managing the resources would be better, reaching delivering support for the governmental sector will be better because you will unify the models and support the entities to enable it. Another thing, the lectures, the workshop will be more systematic. In taking in consideration the entities, it's important when you have the criteria one is transferring or exchanging the expertise. As His Excellency Abdulaziz mentioned that there are success stories within this forum, and we know that they have platforms to exchange the success stories. At the ADA, we have the pioneers platforms and other platforms. So exchanging expertise, maybe I'm facing a challenge that you have dealt with 1 year ago. So conveying and exchanging this expertise is very important. And for my last point, there might be efficiency and minimizing in the efficiency of expenditure. We have a success story of Atimad platform we have standardized criteria for the expenditure efficiency. Why don't we will have a unified system for recruitment and financial systems? And I think that how many devices we have and how many entities and how many financial statements in each entity. I think that standardizing and unifying is a very important. It will be read into minimizing the expenditure.
طيب الأثر المتوقع من تطبيق هذه الممارسات، ممارسات كفاءة الإنفاق، وكيف من الممكن قياسها؟
ممتاز. الأثر المتوقع طبعا أول أثر متوقع أنك
في دقيقة.
In 2 minutes, please. You can do the same planning or more than you plan with the same resources. This is the most important effect. How can we do that? Because not all the sectors they should have a different strategies, and we want to serve the citizens, the private sector in a good way. The government and the resources is very limited at the end. So to enable them by rising the efficiency of the efficiency will help us to do that, and also to enhance the government performance for all beneficiary. As we saw, the government aim to be success in all sectors in the future, and this should give us the best usage of the resources by using the technologies and the business intelligence or the artificial intelligence, and also to benefit from the efficiency expenditure. And this will explain all the data here. The second side, how can we measure? We should have a clear figures and indicators. What do we aim? Let's say 10%. We should have a clear target, and to achieve it, did we achieve this target or didn't we? And what did you learn from measuring? Also sharing information with the other partners. We may benefit from the review from external bodies. They may visit our offices and benefit from our experience. This is a brief about how we will benefit from the effect. Okay, regarding the program that you spoke about the efficiency of the efficiency and the quality of the programs, and to minimize the waste. So if I want to speak about things from the start or from the beginning, we should speak about things that happened between us and between the other government agencies. One of the government agencies participate in one of the programs, and as you know, the things that common between these agencies or these bodies is the expenditure efficiency. This will come the link between all the governments in whatever program we have, the human resource or whatever. So here we have governors and many things. We applied 5 courses since 2019, and more than 170 government sector participate in this program. We cooperate with these sectors, and we have many evaluators, authorized evaluators, and we plan to increase this number in the future. We applied part of the governance program by the leading of Mr. Abdulaziz Al Freih. With the commission have 9 members. We have Mr. Rashid and Mr. Maher from the strategic commission to support this program and to review the design. During the last period, we review all the plan, and we depend on many things to apply this program, and we agree with many sectors, and we are now in the progress to develop this program, and this could be a website or platform for the private sectors. In the 3rd edition, we have an improvement about 50% regarding the sections, and we have about 20% before, but now we increase this percentage. And by measuring the effect, sometimes the effect will not be immediately. It may take time, sometimes months, sometimes years. And now we are about to announce the 6th edition of this program. And at the end, regarding the platform, one of the programs for this initiative, we will announce it after this session. It's to increase the communications between us and between the government sectors, and the control will be from all the parties. We have 10 seconds, so it's very important. Sometimes they say the money is coward. So it's a good step that we will learn from the private sectors how to rise the efficiency and how can we put our leg in the great and suitable step. Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds. Okay, no problem. The expenditure efficiency is a journey. It starts already and it will not stop. We will have a great opportunities today and tomorrow and for the future. The concept is not difficult. We apply it at our homes, our houses, but we have a different tools. Yeah, it's maybe the same concept, but we should apply it on the same on a different situations and benefit from the best practices. As you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they try to be the first one in this field, and we have many experiments in this title. They mentioned many successful stories about the Saudi experiment. Thank you for all the people who participate in this program. Allow me, my guest here, Mr. Abdulaziz Al Freih, thank you. And also I want to thank the engineer Rashid Al Gououd, the chief executive of the government sector, and also I want to thank Mr. Maher Mu'mina, and he's the deputy and the general manager for the financial office. Thank you. And at the end, I want to thank Mr. Engineer Riyadh, the deputy of the CEO from the private office. Thank you, my guest. Thank you. Also, I want to thank you, dear guest, and I want to invite the engineer Abdul Muhsin Al Aujan, the CEO for the governance of the expenditure, to come here and to participate with our guest here.
التكريم بداية معالي الأستاذ عبد العزيز الفريح رئيس اللجنة التوجيهية.
عبد العزيز الفريح.
كذلك المهندس راشد بن عبد الله القعود، هو مدير عام المركز الوطني لأداء.
Dear engineer, also Mr. Maher Mu'mina.
أيضا المهندس رياض.
Also the engineer Riyad Al Muhandis, the deputy CEO for the Expenditure Efficiency Authority.
كل الشكر لكم ضيوفنا.
Thank you my dear guest. Thank you for engineer Abdul Razzaq. Thank you for you our precious guest. Thank you.
شكرا لزميل عماد.
Thank you for my colleague Imad Al Mikbel. Thank you for everyone. And now I want to invite the engineer Imad and the engineer Imad Al Muhawwas to stay on the stage. And also I want to invite the engineer Al Muawwad to come to the stage to start the platform, to enhance and launch the platform.
إذا نبارك لكم إطلاق هذه المنصة. شكرا.
Congratulations to launch this platform, and now we will have a side conversation with my colleague Ahmad Al Musallam about the new regulations and how can we find the rule to have a great environment. Thank you, Hamoud. Yes, for the private sector, a great role and new policies have, and we could listen that from also I want to welcome all in this forum for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the private sector and the effect of the new policies and how can we put it in this. This is the title for our conversation here with Mr. Khalid Turki and chief for Nisma company and their partners. Welcome again, and I want to welcome Mr. Rami Turki. Welcome Abu Khalid in this session, and I'm very glad to have you here with you in Expenditure Efficiency Forum. As you know, the private sector is very important partner and it will increase the economy growth in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How can you see the role of the private sector here about leading the transformation, also to achieve the development? I'm very proud to be here with you. From my point of view, I can say that it comes from the government, and now under the lead of the king Salman bin Abdul Aziz, they put the human and the citizen in the top of their priority, and from here we find a clear vision, and it's very clear and attractive for everyone. We heard from the minister and from his excellencies about all the agencies, how can they work together to reach the goals. And also today we can see a strong partnership and alliance and harmony between the private sector and the government sector, also with the third sector. So all the sectors work together to reach our aimed targets. Many things that we do now as companies with the authority of the expenditure efficiency, and as you mentioned before, also with the universities, with the associations, we have a strong partnership with them. Yes, I want to ask you, Mr. Rami, that the government work with many bodies and agencies to enable private sectors to lead some of the initiatives, and I can give here one example about some of the programs that to enhance the programs here. And as briefly we spoke together about this manual, sometimes we have a different administrations among the national projects, and upon a different infrastructures reaching to the vision of 2030. Yes, and this is the important now for the Expenditure Efficiency Forum. So now we have a new opportunities. We have opportunity for the investment regarding companies, regarding infrastructure in general. So the national manual is a great work, and I hope we will apply it for all sectors, not only government sectors but also for the private sectors, to enhance the performance of the projects, to include all the bodies that include in every project: the owner, the consultant, the contractor, and also to help to solve all the challenges here, or let's say most of the challenges, and to find a methodology to solve all challenges. It's very nice thing. Hopefully we will see it applied soon, and according to our experiments with the Expenditure Efficiency Authority. They have a great role to put all the sectors in one table, so to apply the manual will benefit everyone. Yes, Abu Khalid, starting from the vision, we have many expanding projects regarding the infrastructures or roads or buildings, and every day we found this expand comes more and more, so every day we heard about a new project. So according to this faster growth, I want to give you this question, Mr. Rami. According to your experience, how can you see the preparation of the private sectors? What are the challenges? What are the ways that you think it's gonna stop these problems or the barriers, let's say? In my opinion, they are not ready, and I think no one in the world will be ready for the barriers or challenges. So no one in the whole world are ready to solve the solutions. So to the ambitious of this vision to apply a great and a huge and a mega project. This is didn't happen before. Al-Qadiyya, Mohammed bin Salman Stadium in Al-Qadiyya, all these masterpiece didn't happen before. And some of the people now try to learn a new methods, a new styles. The good thing, we want to speak again about the partnership between the private sectors and the government sector. It's a challenge, ambitious, happened from a leader, and we should understand it. So now the cooperation between the government and private sectors, the first time happened, we have a sponsor, is the contracting sector with the Minister Majid Al-Haqil. He's the responsible about this sector. We have also the contractors authority. They are organizing in a good thing, in a good way. We have many bodies and different sectors. They are cooperate with each other. Many of the sectors, such as the national manual, the accreditation and the quality authority, all these sectors work aligned with the private sectors and the authority of the Saudi's engineers. We have HADF also, Human Resource Ministry, WAD program for training. We have funding sectors, the National Development Fund. We have programs to fund the contractors working with the banks. We have also the national programs to develop the logistic plan. We have also the industrial fund. All these government sectors, they work with the private sector, even contractors or manufacturers, to find the available tools they have to achieve the same goal. And also in addition of that, the government sectors, they are opened to the world, especially the private sectors. They are opened for the world. We can't apply these projects without a universal cooperation, and to reach the investors, and also to cooperate with the local companies. We have a great movement now, and many companies from all around the world they dreamed to come here to Saudi Arabia and to attend these forums and projects. So now the movement upon the world level, and it's opened for the world. And with this cooperation, we will reach a new things. Yes, Mr. Abu Khalid. Now I want to ask you about the rich experiments that you have during your experience. What is your ambitious about this sectors with the government sector? What we will have if we cooperate according to the project, according to the target, whatever the ambitions you have. The ambitious is how can we apply these projects, all the projects, in a good way that keep everyone right, and to provide the services for the citizen, and to build a strong basic for the citizens. Okay, how can you evaluate the manual about improvement the governance between the stakeholders about the owner or the contractor? Yes, previously, or let's say now, there is a lot of challenges in the governance steps. If you don't want to speak about the governance of this relationship, we have the national manual. They take the project from the beginning until the end. Also, when they study the plan for the project to settle the budget, all these lead us to provide a high quality project in the perfect time, and it will benefit the company and also to reach the needed service for the citizen. So the governance here is very important, and to use the contracts, the balanced contract between all parties. This will lead to drive the project regarding the way that we are needed. Okay, regarding the companies who work in these sectors, let's speak about the positive sector, about the financial sectors to provide a development for this sector. Yes, if we want to say, and previously, lastly, many projects they didn't apply it in a good way, and this led us to failure and many problems in these sectors. And this is not strange, because they have some problems. Some of the partners, they ask for some revenue with a minimum percentage of the risks. And now, as you mentioned before, we have a program, a very important program from the National Development Fund, cooperate with the banks. Now, as large companies, we can't apply projects to without having down table contracts, and to achieve a great project, that great funds. And this is a great opportunity with this project to invest, to build the abilities here, the youth, on all the this is a great opportunity. And now we can see it with this cooperation between the government and the private sector. Mr. Raimi, now let's move on to one point. We have a project for all Kingdom Saudi Arabia. As we mentioned, we have a different and mega projects here. After some years, when we have this project and this project start to work, what is the message that you want to send for the experts and the who specialists in these sectors? So we wanted to keep this technology. We found many factors and many sectors that move to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So what's your message you want to direct for this scene that we find now upon contracting and building? Yes, according to the correspondency of the Vision 2030, this help us a lot. If there is a great legislation and a great policies, this will give us a trust, and this is what we have now. So many of the investors and many universal companies, they try to find opportunities. Every day we find a new companies come to Saudi Arabia, try to build their factors here and try to build and manufactured here and try to export it again, starting from Saudi Arabia. This is very good for us, and also we invest by buying a universal company, an engineering company. It's called Kant. They are specialized in engineering for the oil and gas companies. So all these capabilities, we have it here, and we try to localize it, and then we in the future will move on to another parts of the world, and this is the methodology we will take for the rest of the companies, to have a clear vision, a clear fund, a clear stakeholders who of course we have a great budget for that project. Yes, great. We about to end now. What's your message you wanted to deliver at the end of this session, according for the legislations or for the other betters, or for the private sectors try to enhance this this sector? Buildings and contracting now we are required from them to build this vision, and we are able by cooperate with them. We have a great improvement in the legislations, on the systems, and hopefully we will continue by improvement and enhancement, and the national manual will apply it. This will help to apply these projects, and this what will happen to enhance the economy. Thank you, Mr. Rami bin Khalid Turkey, the member of the Sharikat Nisma board, for your participate in this session. Also, thank you, dear guest, and we still continue with you the rest of these sessions.
شكرا للزميل معاذ ولضيفه الكريم. ننتقل سريعا وإلى جلسة
to another panel discussion that is titled The Sustainable Impact in the Governmental National Project. The kingdom is going through a total transformation in elevating the efficiency of expenditure. The authority is working with the success partners of the governmental sections, owner of projects and supportive entities that through preparing the capital portfolios for governmental entities and connecting to the strategic goal and impacting and contributing to fixing some of the delayed projects and also the private sector. The development authorities and strategic offices, in cooperation with the Expenditure Efficiency Authority, worked through the units, development units, to reduce the delayed and stalled projects to at a percentage of 92%. That will affected that the services has accelerated by more than 6,740 days. The governmental entities worked on enhancing the policies that will elevate the capital projects. For example, the local gates that will make sure that every phase of the project is being completed before moving to the second stage, which helps and contributes to mitigating the risk in every project. One of the examples is the Saudi Authority for Water Management, and it reduced to the mitigation of waste. We work within an advanced legalizations and legislative environment, and all the esteemed leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed. And now the development has, under their directives, the development has been amazing and stunning. We are pleased to start the authority of expenditure efficiency that enabled the contractors to have a total coordination between them and the Ministry of Finance in accelerating all the projects. We have a previous experience in a project that was cancelled by a governmental entity, and the role was given to the authority of capacity in order to do the project and defining the final value of the project that has been pending since 5 years. Within 6 months, in cooperation with the Ministry of Finance and the administrative entities, after several meetings, an agreement has been signed with us for the final number that has been concluded with the and praise is made to a lot of people at the efficiency, as well as from the administrative directorates and also the Minister of Finance. Once again, we welcome you, your bro Osama Al Ansari, and it gives me a great pleasure to moderate this panel. We welcome you to this panel that entitled The Sustainability of Impact in Governmental Projects and how to fulfill the sustainable impact in the governmental projects and how to fulfill sustainable outcomes that goes in consistency and alignment with Vision 2030. In this panel, the panelists will shed the light about the project models, successful ones that helped contributed to the success of expenditure efficiency. We will also have the experience of governmental entities and national giga projects and how to enhance the quality at the infrastructure projects. It gives us a great pleasure and honor to host a pool of elite in expertise We welcome with His Excellency Khalid bin Fahd Al Areik, engineer, Vice President of the Project Management in the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency. And His Excellency Mr. Omar bin Abdullah Al Abd Al Jabbar, COO of the Authority of Developing Ha'il Region. His Excellency Lieutenant Engineer Mohammed bin Saud Al Bishi, COO of the Office of Expenditure Efficiency and Non-Oil Revenues. Lastly, Dr. Mohammed Saud bin Hamad bin Murshid, Deputy of the National Projects at Water Authority, Saudi Water Authority. Thank you, your honored guest, and thank you, dear esteemed guests, and also for the organizers. We are promising you an interesting panel discussion. Your Excellency, Engineer Khalid bin Fahd Al Areik, may you please tell us within 6 minutes about the contribution of the authority in enhancing the efficiency of fulfilling and implementing the infrastructure projects. Peace be upon you and praise is made to Allah. Welcome everyone and all the attendees. It gives us a great pleasure to launch the first edition of this forum, and we look forward as ambitious goals to fulfill the goals of this precious country, of our precious country. I may shed the light that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going through a huge transformation for capital projects, and that is based on raising the transparency and the efficiency of project planning, and also efficiency of performance, and also delivering the services for the citizens. We quote from his from the custodian of two holy mosques, quote that it's the necessity of implying a strict discipline and measures. We created more than 50 financial portfolios that are within all the capital projects, and were arranged in priorities, and it's connected to the governmental sector. According to this project, there has been an impact with a value of and a save in amount of that is 250 millions. These were reallocated for entities that they have priority, a strategic priority. The other pillar or the other topic, and here I'd like to highlight the mitigating of waste. What we mean by mitigating of waste, which is waiting for the citizen to receive a service with the authority, with the success of partners, and also applying the methodologies of the authority and phasal gates to reduce 50% of the delayed projects on the level of all the projects. Another thing that we have announced a new strategic track, which are the projects, and His Excellency the Minister of the Authority mentioned with their keynote speeches. We worked with more than 22 governmental entities about projects of national significance that accumulates to 265 billion, reals, and this project more than 20,000 days, which represents 20%. Your Excellency Amr Abdel Jabbar, the COO of Development of Hail region. Hail is rich of so many characteristic and significant opportunities. Tell us about the role in amplifying the impact of the financial resources. At the beginning, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks for the invitation to participate in this forum, and hopefully you will have a fruitful partnership, and they are success partners in all the projects. As we mentioned that we are working about making an inventory and count for the competitiveness characteristics. As you mentioned that Hail is located in a strategic geographical zone, and it's in the reach 2 hours away from several regional and international cities. The site, geographical site, made of it the promising area, and because of that we want to work with our partners within the region and outside the region in order to unify the efforts and plan the strategic places. Three important sectors, which is agriculture, industry, including the logistic services. We hope to have a logistic zone by 2027, and we work with the colleagues to provide these investment opportunities. Hail region is considered as one of sites that are rich in history. We have so many historical sites, and we have two sites that are registered at UNESCO, and we are working to register other two sites. And also Hail is at the highest growth in touristic sector. We reach a growth percentage of 166 and compared to 121 in during 21-22. All of these components requires us to have unique quality projects, and from here our partnerships with the colleagues at the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency, and that have a positive impact on accelerating the project and also preparing the portfolio and directing the development in the project that have the priority in consistency with the and in alignment with the strategy. We are partners, and we are one team that will work in order for the benefit of Hail region and for the kingdom in general. Engineer Mohammed bin Saud al-Bishi, CEO of the Office and Developing the Revenues. Colonel Mohammed, may you tell us about your experience with the center? The ministry is working on performing huge projects. What are the best practices that the ministry is taking in implementing these projects? In the name of God, I'd like to thank our colleagues at the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency and offer to note the experience of Ministry of Interior in expenditure efficiency. The Ministry of Interior Affairs started a pioneer project, and after that performing and integrating in one entity. We worked with them for 5 years on continuous basis. We realized the importance of expenditure efficiency. Ministry of Interior Affairs is not an ordinary Ministry of Affairs. Under the umbrella of Ministry of Interior Affairs, there are 11 security sections, and then it's considered to be a whole unit and whole ministers, as well as the municipalities are under the Ministry of Interior Affairs. So the Ministry of Interior Affairs should be the one that starts its work in the work of efficiency. The royal decree came to establish teams for the efficiency, expenditure efficiency, and by the support of His Excellence the Minister of Interior, to have a special office for the expenditure efficiency. These are full-time employees that are assigned to work on the expenditure efficiency. This is how we established this office, and we drafted a clear governance for this office. There has been periodically meetings with His Excellency, His Highness, the Minister, and then on quarterly basis. And as His Excellency Minister of Finance mentioned, that planning is the fundamental issues. And out of my 25 years, we used to acquire budget and then we started planning. After the authority was established, things has changed. You have to plan before you start for these projects. We started in drafting the portfolio of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, which is considered as one of the biggest portfolios on the governmental entities, which made us keen to have them presented in a well way and a good quality. Praise is be to Allah. We started from a short term at the beginning of our work in 2018-2019, and they were preparation for preparing this portfolio. Starting from 2020 to 2025, we are cultivating the fruits of this portfolio. The outcomes and results were huge. The cost of the projects, we have reached 137 billion Saudi riyals, and these are a budget of countries and not a budget of a ministry. The number of the projects within this portfolio is 2,900 projects. Praise is made to Allah. We started working and we compiled all the projects in one portfolio. We divided the assets within this project, and practicing this project, we realized that the Ministry of Interior Affairs, we have 46 assets that serve the Ministry of Interior Affairs. Some of them that they are concerned with security side, which is foreign client, and some of them which are the other entities, such the other one are the clubs and etc. We started and preparing and developing this portfolio. This was the first step, that we start with the studies of bid and ask, capacity and ask, and we had to see the 3 P's that are concerned with the 3 dimension. What are the activity? We have also finished, and it was raised to the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency, and it was approved also for the Ministry of Finance, and it was approved. Your Excellency, Dr. Saud bin Hamad bin Marshad, Deputy of Expenditure Efficiency in Saudi Water Company. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to talk to you. Before we talk about the Faisal gates, I would like to give an overview about the water sector. Water sector, we don't have natural water resources. We don't have lakes or rivers. Most of the water are either manufactured or transferred. Consequently, there are a chain of supply chains, and there has to be consistency between the supply chain, and also the objectives. We have more than 16,000 residential complexes these residential complexes, it has to be provided with water. We have agricultural beneficiaries, more than 600,000. How to regulate the management of water and the expenditure efficiency of water. We also collaborate with the royal authorities and development and other ministries such as the Ministry of Mining, Natural Resources. And based on that, there has been a study for defining the requirements of these projects and supply chain. This study was resulted with a group of projects we have used in their management of the Faisal gate, and we focused on the Faisal gate, which is registering and initial planning, whether the urban or the agriculture, environmental, industrial, and mining. If only the map was shown on the screen. It's more than 21,000 kilometers of transportations, tracks, and more than 120,000 as water networks and also sewage networks. All of these are planned, and according to that, there has been a project. These projects were dealt with as Faisal Gate. The rates of the individual consumption, the authorities, what are the lines, and it's taken in consideration the cost operation and design cooperation and how to reduce the design planning. Some of the projects they reach 50 years in a long in period. And according to that, there has been a group of projects that are more than 1,400 projects that exceed 120 billion. We work in the water sector, and we hope that in 2025 the target will be fulfilled as the first group, and hopefully the other groups are in a progress. There are governance through these gates, and there are governance for each phase, whether it's registration and planning and inventory of the project, and the other one is the launching, management, and delivery. Engineer Khaled, are there numbers for raising, elevating the goals? As I mentioned before, we are in the track of reducing, mitigating waste, and also for the delivery of service for the citizens, and also reducing the stalled project at 50%. We use a Faisal gate, whether in a new project, and as Dr. Saud mentioned, that we plan and identify the risk, and also following the implementation through monitoring tools. These stage gates helped us to understand the ongoing projects and also the stalled projects. We see what are the challenges, and we try to find solutions for these ones. How as a delay in a project or a stalled project is considered as a waste. Waiting is part of waste, whether it's a health amenity, a health facility, or others, was expected for 2 years, and then because of the shortage of planning or shortage of resources, so from 2 to 5 years, the extra 2 years are considered as waste for the delivery of services, as well as it's a waste in resources because you are spending, instead of 2 years, you're spending for 3 years. This is also a waste in terms of the private sector, so they delay in time instead of completing and moving to another project. May you please mention what is the stage gates? A stage gate is a system for governing the life cycle of the project. It consists of 8 gates. Two of them started with the planning and for the project and have initial study. The second and third is designing the project, and then within the design we can define more accurately the components, and then for implementation and delivery in fifth and sixth, and after the testing and delivery will be in 7 and 8 gates. And this applies for all, whether you call beneficiary or clients. Dr. Saud mentioned the application of stage gates in the water systems, and they are pioneer in adopting the stage gate, and of course they are work in cooperation. And it's a system that is one of the methodologies of the authority that we launched in consistence with the national guideline. There has been distributed for 21st governmental sector. By the end of the year, it will be publicized on all the governmental entities. What's the impact that you look to fulfill on a long term through the developmental project, and how your efforts will fulfill to the fulfillment of objective 2030? We totally believe in the sustainability of projects, especially those affecting directly through our partnerships with the colleagues in the expenditure efficiency. We have arranged the project portfolio. We reduced the number of stalled projects, rearranged the priority of projects. We realized that some projects are 14 to 13 years stalled projects, among of which is Ha'il Public Hospital, which will be fixed and launched soon. The other one is a very important and vital project, which is delivering water or reaching water to the National Park of Ha'il. And also the operation capacity, the percentage, elevating these, all of these in cooperation with the partner. And we look forward to be our sustainable partnerships to fulfill the impact and reach a zero stalled projects till 2030. Also elevating the localization of projects. We always at the expenditure efficiency within the last year there has been educational workshop for the colleagues at the private governmental sectors, raising the awareness about the importance of efficiency expenditure. All of these they come from the support of His Excellency and raising the quality of life directly and indirectly. The sustainable of project will end to raise the quality of life, and we as we were not like that, we were not aware, but there has been acceleration in the management of projects, but in cooperation with the colleagues at the governmental sector we have become as one of the models. We have a unit for following up with the developmental project, and we hope that it's one of the successful one. I will not take much of my guest time. However, within 1 or 2 minutes, I'd like to shed the light about the strikes in the authority, starting
about the capital for the planning for the district, and starting from this. Now we have the authority have a track to develop the districts and regions. We signed with 6 Al Jouf and Al Medina Al Munawwara, Asir, Hayel and Jizan, province and lately Makkah al-Mukarramah, then we can try to review the continue of the development. We can transfer the tools for the authority, and the authority who can support or to help the other authorities or agencies, or regarding also policies. This partnership comes that minimize the some of the projects that didn't complete, and they work some of the projects in some of the provinces. Now the minister gave some of the examples. As King Khalid University in Asir, there were some barriers regarding this university, but now by supporting the Prince, now all the students will benefit from this university. Now I want to tell two successful stories after working in this province. Al-Jof reach around 93% of minimize the waste and reducing the waste, and also the aim to 87 of the reduce waste. This is two successful stories, and also about reducing which happened in Hail, and the rest of the provinces will come lately. So reduce the waste, it doesn't mean that they will reduce the quality. No, the reducing of the expenditure, it means they will have the same quality. Thank you so much. Now come to you, Mr. Muhammad Al-Bishi. How this come for the planning for the interior ministry? Yes, it's very perfect topic. It's one of the important topics for the capital programs. Sometimes they need from the same body itself. Sometimes they need a specified company, but if there is no study for this project, they have many failure. And they ask for many different methodology for the planning. We have a different needed. Is there a gap? We need to cover this gap. Is there a security gap for this project, or are we gonna be work for the future needed? Many things are important for this study. So there should be a inside this office a team who specialized to monitor this team. We identify 8 months by supporting from the interior ministry. He give us the universal benchmark for this asset. We have around 46 assets. You should have a benchmark for every or for each asset. So now the projects that we have for all the security sectors. So we should work with our colleagues to collect all the data from them, and to try to plan for the plan how to plan for this criteria. For example, the police they help in boundaries line. It's different from the other offices inside the city, so the data is very important. We make around 185 workshop, but only to collect this data. We have only one of the challenges here. We have a strategy for the sectors. So to start this, we should have a clear strategy. Thank God we have we work 4 years, and we try to cooperate with our colleagues in the Interior Ministry. This is one of the results, we have it inside the Interior Ministry. Also the benchmark, we have around one of this assets. What is the benchmark regard this? What is for the civil defense? Are we apply it here 7 minutes or 8 minutes or 15 minutes? We try to limit the locally criteria and apply it to be suitable for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Some of the criteria are not suitable for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We try to make the criteria very clear and to be suitable for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We also have another example for the police stations. Is it upon the number of the crimes or from or according to the population or according to the area that covered from these stations? So all these criteria are clear now, and now we will start. Now we start since 8 months. The result was very extremely good. They are with us step by step until we end, and they bless this plan, and now we raise it to the Ministry of Financial to approve it, and now we minimize 90% from the waste. Some of the programs and projects are removed from the plan, and thank God the result was very extremely good, and it's raised to the Ministry of the Financial, and we have a reward from the Ministry of the Interior, and they put a ceremony for that. Thank God. The engineer Abdel Razak was also there, and the result at the end of my speech today, the study is very important by when we have an ambitious strategies with our vision 2030 to cover all the provinces in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We should update all these studies. It's not only one study at its end, to update it and to try to seek for our needed. We have 2030 strategy, we have Al-Qiddiya strategy, we have Jeddah strategy, Asir strategy, the World Cup. We should update all these strategies. Thank you so much. Dr. Saud, tell us about the continuously improvement for previous cases, such as reduce the waste of the water stations. Yeah, I want to speak about the sustainable, and the sustainable, it means the sustainable financial and the sustainable, the environmental sustainable. And the most important thing in the water is what we call the watering sustainable. And to summarize all these, is the topic is to reduce that we have in the production stations which we have here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by applying these technologies, and with the researchers team we can reduce the cost from 15 kilowatt to 2.4 kilowatt, and this is according to one station. It's according 8.8 billion according for the project life, and also the operation sustainability, which we mentioned before. When we speak about the renewable water, according to the reducing costs, and for the pipes, and this will reduce the cost, reduce the pumps and processing water. If you speak about the project life in 40, 50 years, all this have it in advance with other parties. The talent thinking to reduce the costs and operation cost to reach our goals. We have a great accomplishment with many things, and this will reach our target and the watering targets, and also the goals and the expenditure efficiency. Do you have something to add, Abu Fahad? Yes, I want to add one thing to the Colonel about the plans they have in the Interior Ministry. It's one of the journey have a great successful stories. Maybe the Colonel give some details about the results, but to reduce about 90%, this lead us to uh, to the flexibility of this wallet, and also it give many opportunities for a future project. So this comes after the studies, and I should mention some of the, for example, the watering organization. They have demand and request, and they should update all the systems to review all the demands for the water. You mentioned, Abu Fahad, we reach about 50% for the projects that not completed. What do we have in the future? What's your plan for the future? Yes, to continue in this strategies is one of the paths, the basic paths, but the authority, it's aligned with the government center. Today we have in the minister session and the other sessions, they speak about many topics about the planning, and this planning lead us to serve all the tracks, especially the capital projects. Any other comments? If you want to comment, yes, I want to invite you to visit Hail province and to enjoy the winter season. We announced it last week, so I ask everyone, and Abu Yazan, you and your colleagues, visit us. Okay, can you tell us about the future projects we will see within 1 year? When we, yes, we have many projects. When we finish this forum, we will sign some of the agreements. What's the role of the Expenditure Efficiency Authority here? They are with they are with us from the beginning in منطقة in حائل province, and we will see some of the agreements 6 o'clock in Cityscape. Yes, I want to comment one thing, what we saw here, and expenditure efficiency as a practice. It's a very huge thing about managing the budget and managing the priorities and to reach the economic goals. It's a great revolution by project managing, and also in continuously governors to apply and implement the project. So we pray that we will reach our goals. A great effort, and thank you. Thank you by your all names. I want to thank the speakers here, and I want to ask and invite the engineer Abdulrazzaq Al-Aujan, the CEO of the Expenditure, to reward all the speakers. So we will start with Mr. Umar Al Abdel Jabbar, the CEO of the Authority of Development for Hayel Province.
وسعادة العقيد
And the Colonel Engineer Mohammed Al Bishi, the CEO of the Expenditure Efficiency Office.
وسعادة
And His Excellency Al Marshad, the Deputy of the Office.
إذن جزيل الشكر لكم أنتم.
So thank you, dear guests, and for the speakers. And now I invite my colleague Faiz Al Hamoud to continue the rest of the program.
ونبقى
And now staying by honoring the excellence, the unities, and they are the achieve of the Mr. Abdel Jabbar. Hayel Region Development Authority. The CEO of Al Jawf Provision, Mr. Abdulaziz Al Sultan. The Executive Chief of Jazan Province, Mr. Shuaib.
إذن سعادة.
Thank you, Abu Yazan. Thank you for the deputy and congratulate for the chiefs. Now we have many experiments. We will learn more about it in the next session.
تعمل الهيئة مع شركاء النجاح من الجهات
the authority work with other parties to increase in the other government sectors. Many of the government bodies they transferred for the contracts to measure in the performance by measure it by the performance, and this is according which the transportation ministry do it, and about maintenance and cleaning, and this lead us to reduce the cost, and now we increase the production. It could reach to the double sometimes. This be Avenue. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mohammed Al Musa, and I'm very honored to be with you here in Expenditure Efficiency Forum. It's very great to see whenever we go to the sector, we think that this is the only sector who work, but everything in this great country is working and development in a great steps, and we are very glad to work in this era and this period, the period of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. In this session, we will speak about the experiences and the experiment about the asset transformation and also the government facilities. We have, first of all, Dr. Tariq Al-Shami. And also I want to welcome the deputy of the general manager and the Expenditure Efficiency, the engineer Hani Mirza. The deputy of the Minister of the Interior, the engineer Fahad Al-Anizi. And lastly, the engineer Adil Al-Rueshdri, the CEO of Authentic Company. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my guests. And I will start my first question to our host, the Expenditure Efficiency Authority, the engineer Hani. I want to start with the most things you see here, and why start. So, what's the assets, and how can we define the assets for all the projects which can give services for the citizens? For example, roads, hospitals, all these assets, we call it the facilities. The importance of this assets, it's give the circle of the life of the assets, and at the end we will lead and to finish from this assets around 70 to it's about in the maintenance and operation. It's a huge number. So according to the fast growth in the project we have here, and also the increase of the needed, one of the things to focus on to the best uses and the benefit from this assets. Yes, at the beginning of the vision, we have many gaps. I will try to summarize the most important four. The first challenge is the absence of the reviewing that gather all the units together. And this is now explain the needed of the national manual. We have around 804 pages, and it's a great review. It gives all the plans for the maintenance, for the roads, for etc. This is the first challenge, and we did it. The second challenge is about to have opportunities and to build the capabilities regarding the maintenance and operation. And regard the operation there, we work to localize the jobs, and we reach now to a great positive figures. For example, we have around 35% of the jobs now it's localized. Around 200,000 job we have it here in the maintenance and operation. We train many Saudi who specialized in operation and maintenance, and also we train 35,000 from different government sectors regarding these things. The third point is about the methodology of the contract. For example, we have to bring the contractor and to find the stuff without any talent or initiatives on this side. This is comes from the partners, and they will speak about it lately. For example, what happened in transportations, Ministry of the Transportations, and they contract not from the output but also from the input. The last opportunity we have, it's about the absence of the new technologies. Many of the comes, it was all the opportunities was a manual way, and this didn't help us much. And we will work more on this approach in the future. Yes, thank you. I want to ask you, dear Deputy, about the experiences. Because you have different experiences about the performance contract and how it's develop the roads. Can you tell us about your experience in that? First of all, peace be upon you all, and thank you for the Expenditure Efficiency Authority to call us in this a great forum. I will answer your questions in two sides. The first side is to develop the methodology of the asset management, and this happened after we cooperate with the authority of the expenditure efficiency, and also according to the word criteria. So according to the first stage, we try to develop the asset management. It's built on a universal benchmark. So this strategy is work with the transportations and with the logistics services, and all these strategies comes under the 2030 vision. One of the input of the asset management is the asset contract. We have a benchmark that we will ensure the contractor will try to review and supervise the outcome and the income, because we have to review and monitor the outcome who the citizens or the beneficiary, and the income is about the signs and all the other things. It's about mount lead us to the performance management. I didn't force him to bring some machines or tools, but I asked him to ensure all the outcomes that I asked him in this contract. So all the indicators is available in the contract. He should try to invite, try to invent, try to find. At the end, we will pay for him according his performance. The second thing that when we follow this contract. Many of the contractors, they were scared. How can I transfer from an old methodology to a new methodology? We work with them in our workshops. How can we ensure the efficiency in the contract? At the beginning, they were scared that how can we define the labor? How can we define the machines? Some of the machines will not work. Sometimes you go through the roads, you can't see any machine. You pay for the machine. Now you will pay for the machine according to the needed operation only. So you will pay only for the a machine only in 2-3 months from the contract. So this is methodology that we have it here with the private sectors or with the other sectors. Okay, this is a great thing. Now I will go to the health Ministry of Health. Now about the contract with the continuously operation. Can you tell us more about this contract? First of all, I want to thank for our colleague in Expenditure Efficiency Authority. So Ministry of Health, they provide services widely, and this include some of the facilities, difference of the uses and benefits, and this comes with a great number of the contracts that continuously contract. This contracts is differ because it's different from their specialties, and this need to monitor and to ensure the continuously of providing the services, especially when we have many other contracts that reach sometimes to 30%.
أنا من ضمنهم زملاء هيئة كفاءة الإنفاق على وضع آلية لضبط هذه العقود في محافظة الوزارة للتشغيل والصيانة تم التركيز.
And then focusing in the first stage about how to deal with the stalled contracts and provide a proactive remedial procedures. And this resulted in reducing the percentage of stalled contracts to more than 7%. This unit, it follows all stage of the preparing and bidding and contracting for all of these contract that is connected with SLA, and every responsible will be able to follow the actions and accelerating. Until today, we work with the entities of concerned authorities to have the effect represented in operation and maintenance and the health facilities. We work on enhancing the quality of work through setting the KPIs for the life cycle of the contract for all, how to measure it for every system with its complexities. We found out that there is an elevation of the service that contributed to the efficiency of operation and also in the accuracy and analysis of data, and through providing electronic projects, whether medical or non-medical, and directing the financial performance through linking the approval of expenditures with having making sure that the compliance is there for the best practices. We move to the private sector. Good evening, Engineer Adil. I'd like to hear from you what are the innovative solutions that could help the managing the facilities and in order to fulfill the highest criteria of efficiency and efficacy. At the beginning, I'd like to thank you for attending this forum, and that enabled us to work with our colleagues in the governmental sector to present a general point of view about running the facilities, whether in the private and public sector. You mentioned that the existing technologies, we will go one step back. The company is a big component, is how to use technology in the management of facilities, because we found out that the international and the local investment is that investing in technology is one of the most important thing. And allow me to use the motto of the forum, which is the impact quality, is to help in sustainable monitoring performance, and lastly is enhancing the user experience for the facility. We found that technology is an important and factor of the systems, ecosystems of management, facility management. It enable and help in the providing the services. We have more than 27 technology developed in cooperation with the private sector, whether local or international, and we could manage to present it commercially as a service or as a product. One of the important outcomes for using the technology on a national level is to provide employment of high value that will encourage the Saudi youth. Engineer Adel, maybe there might be examples that you can measure and how to work with these technologies. Maybe time is tight, but I'll give you a brief. We're talking about intelligent platforms, smart platforms, and using the drones and robots in monitoring the buildings and hygiene systems. We also have chatbots for communication and for reporting. So we are trying to have the user experience for the facilities in general, whether governmental or private, easy, seamless, and enable performance monitoring in a wider scope. We will talk about the expo in the operation model. The shared maintenance concept in general, that we have governmental assets in a limited geographical zone. All of them are being maintained vertically. For example, schools under the education systems, and then we have the Red Crescent. And the idea, what if we work on a model that serves these complexes at the same contract? And we worked on this experience, which was at Targa in Riyadh. It had 23 buildings, and the idea, in short, is to use ranger fields that they finish or serve this asset and then move to the other asset. The other ideas that were developed is using technology. Engineer Adel used about how to use the application. We provided an application, mobile application, and also QR code for the imams in mosque, and also for the managers or the school heads. Whatever they have, they can just report this issue through the application, and then the team will be notified, and then the maintenance is a schedule. We have elevated the productivity of the workers at the percentage of 26%, and then user satisfaction that reached 80%, and we are trying to have this object to cover other geographical zone. Excellent. The other one of the things that you used, how to fulfill the strategic goals, which is concerned with transportation and strategic services, the national strategy. I think that's the most significant learned lesson, is the management of change. As you mentioned before, that there has been a methodology or an approach that has been used by the government for 40 years about the maintenance contractor, and then to move over the night for performance contracts isn't easy. I wouldn't say that it was difficult, but it wasn't as easy. How do we manage it? That the expenditure authority were supporter from the ministry mentioned that we will move to these contracts. Let's have partners in success. Make partnerships with private sectors. We had our colleagues at with the efficiencies, the issue of BIM for the stakeholders. All of these lessons learned are all positives. The new technology methodology that we had KPIs at the contract. We had technology advancement. We found out that the contractor usually they have to do the advanced. Usually the sewage holes or exhausters used to be cleaned every 3 days. Now within 30 minutes. So trust that the private sectors are ready if we involve them. However, we need to involve them.
الأصول أول ما كان عندنا حالة الأصول.
Now we know the status of assets. That's one of the ministry. We have assets register. We have learned so many lessons learned, and with the ministry, with the authority of we have a presentation about what are the lessons learned. Now we bid for contracts. One of the things that we will not bid for 3 years, we will bid for 5 years, because private sectors, they want to invest. So a lot of these KPIs were changed in cooperation with the concerned parties, among of which is the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency. Your Excellency, Engineer Fahad, I'd like to ask about your experience in presenting services such as medical, etc., and the impact of a framework agreements. The Ministry is working on developing the medical and health facilities through a big combination of work, which is general maintenance, the greenery, care, hygiene, and also security. The differentiation in this on the diversity and the groups, the ministry find out that they used to depend about the traditional input contracts, which resulted in difficulty, and as well as the target output were not clear. And also integrating a group of work is to have weak result, especially in the specialized services. Consequently, the ministry with the colleagues at the efficiency, the authority, expenditure efficiency authority, they revised the strategies of contracting. For example, the medical wash were separated from the maintenance contracts. This resulted of reducing the cost of medical washing from 6 to 3, and maybe reduced more than 1,000 reduction in the number of unqualified workers in 7 complexes. These initiatives and so many other initiatives, we will talk about the framework agreement for X-ray. It was applied 2 years ago, but I mean the amplification of the impact was very nice. The response was increased by 80%, the availability of spare parts at 70%, the sensitivity of medical devices that are very sensitive, and it reduced the downtime at a very big percentage. We also we have uh, the vessels, bombs, the amplifying the cost impact, the benefiting impact, more than 25 millions during the contractual page. We are also working on dialysis devices, and the impact equals more than 200 million reals. We expected that the downtime will be reduced and the response time will be enhanced, and also benefiting from the devices and their existence in the geographical zones will be very beneficial. We have the last initiative, which is monitoring the consumption of medical oxygen. After data analysis, we realized that there is waste in the medical oxygen in terms of transportation, filling, and others. We had sensors for all the oxygen devices, and when we automated all these, the analysis of this data within all unified system, we expect that it will enforce the impact of cost, quality, and also safety. I am a previous pharmacist, and I think that what you're saying is music to my ears. I hope that you have more, the better, the more complex, the better the quality, although your work. Engineer Adel, we go back to the integrating of these technologies in enhancing or developing the facility management. How do you define the investment in technology in management, facility management? We have two main sources. The first one is the need of the building users, and this is the main issue. The other thing is the international trends. Usually we have a specialized team that search and look for the best international and local companies. You might be surprised that there are so many local companies, they have development program that you may not find outside for Saudi Arabia. After defining the main idea, we conduct a whole study, risk analysis, feasibility study. Would it enable elevate the quality or save in cost? And this contributes to the sustainability and the environmental goals. After that, we start the profit concept, how to utilize this experience in a practical work in one of the institutions that are existing in Saudi Arabia. After having the profit concept, we involve all the stakeholders, because without involving the end users, you will not be successful. And the end user will give you a lot of insights about development and solutions. Now we have local projects that are even way better than the international projects. And then we start with the follow-up and the development in this area, because it's highly important to have the issue of development and follow-up, which is a huge project in the transformation. Thank you. It's a huge word, and you are trying to give us the most related examples. And we will come back to the Mr. Mohandes Tariq Al-Shami. Would you please give us a word? In closing, thank you is not enough for the colleagues at the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency. I worked with them earlier at the Ministry of Health, and I work with them now at the Ministry of Transportation, and I hope that I continue working with them. As you said, they are partners of success. Any authority that work and there, you have the ministry and you have the authority. Some of the project now, such as the International Bank, they are seeking the experience of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to move from the methodology of quantities to the methodology of um, performance contracts. It's from up till 112. It has no country on the globe has done what we've done. So any entity they would like to have this experience, we are ready. Your Excellency Engineer Fahad bin Mansour Al-Anizi, would you please give us closing remarks? Honestly, in every issue and every initiatives that we have enhancement. We always find help from the colleagues. We make sure that they are keen and also defining an integrated team to work on that. We also talk about the issue of initiatives. Maybe it could be generalized, and I think that they are the hub for all these initiatives. Thank you very much. The team is always available, and we always have high harmony in the initiatives. Thank you very much, and thank you for this more than excellent forum. COO of the Saudi Company for Facility Management, Engineer Al-Ruwaidi. I'd like all the attendees headed by Abu Yazan and Al-Thani. We have a platform now that was launched by his Minister of Housing and Municipalities. It's titled EDIM, that every other governmental company, we are reaching out to you, and we are proud to be partners in the beautiful transformation journey that we are witnessing. Vice President for Governmental Procurement, Engineer Hani Mirza. Actually, I will commend the title of this session. We have chosen the best best motto title of the session. Why would you say experience? First, because operation is not an operation that could be solved centrally. And then no one has the magic wand to for the best solutions. The geographical nature, the contractors, the system mandates you or obliges you to have the experience principle. Some of the entities, they have an initiatives, and then you find that this is the message, and there's the need for experience and for the development, and the unique leaps is amazing. And the authority are committed to be a partner and an enabler for all the entities that they are seeking this issue. I'd like to thank you not as a moderator, but as a citizen that could see all the reflection of this complex work and the exerted efforts and the harmony among the governmental entities, the reflection on us as citizens. We always talk about the best international practices, and soon we will have that the United States will have a center for efficiency expenditure. Come to us and learn from us. We have the best international practices. If you allow me, Engineer Abdel Razak Al-Awjan, to honor our guest, and thank you very much.
الشكر والتقدير.
Thank you for an honored guest, and we start with the Vice Deputy of the Ministry of Transportation and Logistic Services, Engineer Al-Shami. The Deputy Engineer, His Excellency Engineer Fahad bin Mansour Al Anizi. His Excellency Engineer COO of Saudi Company for Facility Management, Engineer Adel Al Rueshdi. Vice President for Governmental Recruitment at the Authority of Expenditure Efficiency, His Excellency Engineer Abdurrahman Mirza. Thank you, honored guest, for this panel, Transformational Experience in Assets and Governmental Facilities. With you, I was Mohammed Al Musa. Thank you.
إذن شكرا للزميل محمد الموسى.
Thank you, colleague Mohammed Al Musa. Thank you, Your Excellency. We will have a short break, and then at 3 o'clock we will meet once again.
الأعزاء الحضور، سنعود بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. يرجى الجلوس في أماكنكم. أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد وبكل من انضم إلينا حديثا في فعاليات اليوم الأول من منتدى كفاءة.
Welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, for the Royal Authority in Jubail and Yamba. They have a great measurement. In the next presentation, the engineers Hatem and Walid, they will tell us about this experiment. Dear guest, peace be upon you. At the beginning, I want to welcome you to attend our presentation here for the Royal Authority for Al Jubail and Yanbu. And I want to thank the Expenditure Efficiency Authority for this great forum. At the beginning, we start about a definition about Al Jubail and Yanbu Royal Authority. Then we will speak about our experience here, and at the end we will give some figures and results about the studies. The authority here is a successful story. It started since 1975, which comes after King Khalid decision. To 4 cities that manage and administrate that only focus on the manufacturing the chemicals and oils. To be the first for the advantage of the manufacturing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which provide the life is manufactured. So the commission here to try to practice the best practices in their contracts, and one of the important in this is the engineering, the value engineering, or the management of the value. It's happened by some of the leaders by the operations to find the resources and the cost to achieve the best value by using the minimum cost or waste. In another word, to use from every real that's spent in every project. So the application of value engineering, it's not reuse of some of the programs, but to analyze what is not important and try to find a replacement for this unuseful project. Start this in the United States of America and the World War II in 1940 to find the military weapons and equipment to try to replace of their equipment with the minimum cost. After the worldwide separate this ideas because they found many waste because they use the old methods, and now we have a different methodology for the quality and for the cost, such as car manufacturing and any other difference. In 1986, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia entered this sections by the gas and oil sector. In 2001, they announced the importance of applying this methodology. Why we adopt this value engineering? Because some of the barriers for the project and the weak of the infrastructure, so we try to adapt to enhance the performance of and try to link all the outcomes with the figures and incomes, and try to manage all the risks and use the new technologies and try to automate the operation, and also to reserve and keep the resource and to reduce the cost and also to enhance the local content and to best use of the local resource and try to localize the jobs. Now, in the value engineering, we consider to be the experience house because we are have many excellences perfect for some reasons. The first one, the procedures that depend on the regulations from very different teams, and also the methodology with the operation starting from the preparing the study and applying the results. The accomplishment between leaderships, it comes from different commissions, royal commissions, and try to apply building the capabilities. At the end, the result of the study by using the best replacement and try to apply the programs that's special for the value engineering. 5% from the cost, it's affect 70% of the cost of the project, and this according to one of the studies. In the Royal Commission, we try to apply the study in the early designing stage, and this didn't happen in the beginning or different because at the end when we apply the study we think that the project will reduce. This chart will show the relationship between the cost and the waste according to the age of the project. So the availability from the value engineering, the blue line will show this idea. So sometimes it should be in the higher level as it's shown in the green line. And by the progress of the project, the reduce of the applying. And now I will show you a brief and short presentation with my colleague, Engineer Walid. Welcome everyone again. We are very honored to present for you a study about a value engineering. A value engineering, it happened in a workshop. This workshop comes with a methodology with 3 steps. One of these steps is a pre-workshop phase, and we make some of the activities to try to apply all the criteria. The second stage is the workshop itself that comes from the organization which called the SAFE. It's come through 6 stages. We will speak about it lately. And at the end, post-workshop, after the workshop, and we will speak about it as the last touch for some steps to accredit and approve this study. In Royal Commission, we have a different portfolio from the investment or non-investment portfolio. We chose one project. It's about the educational project for some schools. It's increased 100,000 meter. We choose many specialties to be held in this area. Now the project is finished, and now all the students are enjoying the experience there. As I speak earlier, we have 6 stages. Basics. We will now take you on a journey in this workshop. The first stage is the information phase, and we will speak about the introduction to let all the team know about this value engineering. And after that, we will give an introduction about the project and to introduce also the team member. Also, we have the cost model, which come from the department here to show what's the cost of the project. It comes from the factors that high cost and goes down to the lowest cost. So in this model, we have another model. So this information will last until we visit the location, try to collect more data, or to meet the beneficiary. The last thing in the information phase, we try to negotiate and make some questions to collect all the data we can collect. The second stage is the function analysis phase, and which make it more important, because every factor from this project, they have so try to analyze this matters. Try first to try to define the function, try define it by having measuring tools, and then we try to classify this function, try to classify or try to make it a basic or primary. We have the function according to the semester, to try to adapt all the students. After that, we try to organize the relationship with one of the chart which called the analysis of functional analysis, and it shows what's the framework of the study. Now the second step is allocate the resources, and for all function we should define a resource, and now we have the space, because the space it's need for adoption of the students. And the last step is to priorities function, try to adopt the students, which around 70% from the study, and the rest of the 30% for the other functions. And now we will speak about the ideas and the creativity. We try to choose by brainstorming or brain planning. And then we have now the evaluation phase. Now it's the time for evaluation. Now we have a criteria to try to evaluate this function, and we have an idea that applicable or unapplicable idea, or some ideas they need extra studies. We have now the applicable ideas, and we put it in a symbol here. Try to define the idea and what's the pre-cost, and then we have some attachment to support the idea in a good way. At the end, we'll try to present or the presentation phase, try to keep all the efforts and find the best results. This is an example for the function, and as a result of our study, we try to apply all the criteria. We find great opportunities. We make our study. We save around 85 advice. The percentage is about 25%, and we can apply 24 from the suggestions in the designing level, which is save around 50% from the budget for this project. What's the effect for the value engineering? We try to control the costs or the expenditure, and also we try to enhance the quality, and we minimize the risks that comes with the project, because we will review all the functions, and we be able to rise the efficiency, which reflect positively for the figures. Thank you for your attention. Going back to my colleague Hatem. Thank you, Engineer Walid. We start our presentation in theoretical way, and then we give you an experiment now here, and now we will speak about the facts and figures. This is a summarize about the value engineering when it started in 2001. We held around 373 case study to more than 411 projects. capital or operational. The cost is around 70 billion Saudi Riyal, and this equal we suggest to save budget around 30 billion point two, and now we have 6 billion Saudi Riyal, but it accounts about 80.5% from the budget. And according to the universal study, the best figures is around 5 to 6%. So the growth of this criteria about the value of the engineering helped us a lot to avoid more expenditure. And now to see some of the figures regarding comparing between our commission here and the federal roads. We held more than 1,500 when we compare the count of studies and the number of the suggestions and the percentage of the saving. We found this effect. All Riyal that spent from the commission, that revenue with 39 Saudi Riyal. So every dollar the management of the federal they hand $142. Some of the successful examples that enhance to minimize the cost and keep the same quality around 30% point two, and to avoid some extra costs around 80%, and to avoid some of the projects in the road around 80.8%. And we want to conclude our presentation here about one of the projects. Through the value engineering, we achieve many initiatives to lowest or reduce the cost in direct way, and we achieve also in some cost around 20 billion Saudi Riyal. We have now many of the studies and some of the initiatives that consider to be around 29 million Saudi Riyal. Lastly, we want to ensure that the value engineering is the best practice to try to save resources and try to analysis and for the performance. Thank you for your listening. Thank you for Engineer Hatem and Khalid through this experiment. Now we will have Madani platform, Madani digital platform. In the name of Allah. I'm the Colonel Saleh Al-Zahrani in the Civil Defense. Now we will speak about Madani Digital Platform to enhance the practices through the Digital Madani Platform. First, we will try to define this platform and speak about the transformation and try to build it. We start from the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and which include in their basics titles try to enhance the government sectors by monitoring the government sector and to try to protect the government resources, and also to enhance the location of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be the regional and universal center for the technology. And then the civil defense try through its plan to update the infrastructure for these applications to achieve the requirements for the vision and to align with the requirements. to define and give introduction about the platforms by using the best technologies to apply the best practices and try to localize the technology and the requirements for the vision. The best challenges is the technology requirements, because we have different terms, different aspects between the government bodies and also the private sectors. The evaluation is very important to try to find the best practices about the expenditure efficiency between the government bodies and also with other external bodies, and this will huge and the effect, and will try to increase the cost to increase the aspect of this idea, and also to increase the project, and also to increase the digital transformation, and to increase the AI and the ability for the rules and regulations for the government, and also the ability to manage the assets and for the project management. Some of the aspects now we can see it in the real life, and the idea of the technology enhance in addition of the ability to achieve the expenditure efficiency and the project. And we should not forget about the usage and the development of these platforms by using the open source technologies to apply these applications, and the easiest of sharing the information with the other bodies. Okay, to solve these challenges as an interior sector, we should increase the security level here, and because of the great space and area for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the increasing of the population and increasing the visitors here, and to achieve the methodology of the security side and the development. And one of the strategies here in the general sector through which we have it here by keeping our saving lives. So we should define the risk and define who have the impact by knowing and make studies for this, and try to cooperate with the private sectors and adopt the technologies and the AI. And also, in addition of that, try to reach the best practices for the security, and try to develop the resources and enhance the environment. And it's all this comes one of the requirements for the expenditure efficiency. One of the challenges here and some of the projects, one of the challenges is the huge area for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We should so the civil defense should have these challenges by using the best practice, and try to distribute all his resources through the huge projects here. And also, when we adopt the AI technologies and the intelligent centers to support this project. One of the examples, the expenditure efficiency, is the Green Saudi, and it's one of the challenges because we should try to protect all these green land. And also, additional to that challenges, we have the universal and fundamental and operational challenges, the technical circle, and it's about the continuously technology, and to apply all the evidence here, and to adopt all the national or international indicators, and this affect about the cost, and so it's really a basic requirement to minimize these challenges in every topic. One of the this and the management of the challenging, this is one of the tools when we use the challenges here about the other side. It shows the size of the work. One of the biggest is the idea of the transformations. It's to rebuild through the technologies to apply from the criticism kind to quantability think. So the idea is to enhance between it and try to apply all the assets here. So the civil defense, they have an official record that have with all the government sectors to distribute all that and to find what kind of resource and what's the operation we have to achieve this perspective, and through that we will we're able to build the list of the financial performance by adopt the locally record, and through that we will have to build the financial center upon the country. The journey of building and the role of the partnership. When we try to avoid some of the problems, we have avoid the extra cost through a pre-coordination between us and our partners to find what we need to build this platform with other authorities such as AI, Sadaya, and etc. So we held some of the workshops. All this will achieve the expenditure efficiency to reduce the costs. The impact and the effect and the benefit that happened on these platforms. First of all, on the operation side, we save around 67% because when we transfer individually to the digital platform. Also in additions of the other things, and also to keep and document some of the documents and papers and the best use of the resources and weapons, and also to minimize the number of systems. This helped for the programmers around 30% and cost the cost around 20%. For the strategic number, it happened for the alignment to rise the development. So according to the buildings and for the event, the human, now we will rise for this sectors around 80%, and this will rise the plan for the planning and will rise the readiness of the private sectors and the ability with the risk management and according to the best practice inside the sector. And according to that, it's very important for the systems and according to the AI around 25%. And according to the records, now we have the ability for the sectors to accomplish a complement with the other sectors, and also to raise the awareness and to change the culture inside the organization. About the operation, we have many of the enhancements about the cost, according to the fuels, according to the passengers, and any other centers to enhance the time for the project, to increase the efficiency of the implementing this project, and to increase the methodology about the contracting, and to find the achieve also the best practices and to enhance the efficiency, which more than 35%. Now we depend on this platform, all the government sectors to the organizing and following from the organizing and have the rules to benefit all the employees, also to achieve the accomplishment and also to find the basic rule for the asset management, and also the other thing through the path for the companies and fundamentals. This will help to achieve an organized way the best result and to solve some of the problems about shortages or gaps and the ideas of the accomplishment between the other sectors will achieve the rise of the level of the expenditure efficiency and the accompaniment with the other government agencies or other organizations such as I'timad platform or any other platform. Now we have great opportunities to share this platform through visiting the websites in the interior or to try to find the platform. There's a lot of details and we welcome you and thank you for your attention and peace be upon you. Thank you for the Colonel Saleh Al-Zahrani, and I want to invite the engineer Saleh Al-Zahrani to speak about the reducing waste. Peace be upon you. Dear Highness, dear Excellencies, dear colleague, good evening. At the beginning, I want to thank you for your attendance here and give us the opportunity to present our file here about the Human Resource Ministry here. So according to the Human Resource and Social Development Ministry, first, we try to first about according to the royal rule about focusing and talent. The ministry try to reshape the team according to the commitment. We present the way about
مع الهيئة في أوجه التعاون المشترك توحيد الجهود من عندنا كفرق عمل في الوزارة لدراسة أوجه الصرف وتحديد مستهدفات استراتيجية وتحديد خط الأساس في أوجه التعاون المشترك. في عام 22 و 23
In 2030, the ministry has fulfilled a number of prizes in the third and fourth cycle in the expenditure. One of them is the certificate of thank you, and it honored the ministry. From a strategic point of view, the strategy had a strategy for fulfilling the expenditure efficiency in order to continue the continuance of work. In terms of the portfolio of expenditure agency, we have started in 2020-30 in the assessment that the rate of classification of the ministry was 2.3, and the second cycle it was 3.7 in 2021. In the fourth cycle, it fulfilled 4.2 in different pillars in this private. The ministry is still distinct, and it has been honored for honoring from the top 4 ranking entities. And then it fulfilled 4.47, and it was 2.77. Through the group of work, we have passed through several success stories, among of which are 7 accomplishments. One of them is having the ministry a ranking of 4.8, and also through the pioneering practices implied by the ministry in this pillar. In addition, that the ministry has acquired a ranking of 4.14 in the strategy that's pioneering with the strategies and applying them. That contributed the efficacy of this pillar. And another thing, that is the second best entity, which reached 3.73, and the highest average from the entities. Fourth, ministry has a saving in financial that is accredited by the authority. The ministry was honored and acknowledged by the real estate of the government, because 8% was given away by the ministry, and then that raised the efficiency of expenditure. In addition to starting the Directorate of Financial Assets and issuing the booklet of ministries on the facilities, and as the first governmental entity that activate the project management and with internal efforts without using consultation. This is an overview about the accomplishment. The ministry was acknowledged and in the 5th cycle as one of the best governmental entities about the assessment of Momaris and ranking of Momaris. And in the 3rd and 4th cycle editions, the ministry has acquired several prizes. In addition, that the ministry was honored for its efforts for raising the real estate of the government. And finally, is a thank for the ministry for raising the culture, raising the awareness and enforcing the culture. Thank you very much. And in closing, and with a quick side talk about empowering innovation and efficiency for sustainable economy, I call Mr. Adayl Majid to have a conversation with Engineer Abdel Ilah Al-Barrak. Peace be upon you. At the beginning, greet you, Abdel Ilah, and actually it's a rich discussion with the audience, especially that we are talking about topics that are exciting for the attendees, whether specialized or non-specialized. Since we're talking about something that is very trendy and revolutionary, which is AI and generative AI. Before I start, I'd like to talk about it and what is the relation. I would like to start from the beginning, which is the natural transformation that in 2016, and what was the impact for the current outcome of AI in terms of data, etc. And that would support the AI in the governmental sector. Thank you, Ade, and it's a great pleasure to meet you all here today. If we take in consideration to a number of studies and works that we worked recently, we have estimated the international governmental expenditure about 13 trillion billion around the globe. And so there are a huge opportunity for all the countries, especially the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. One of the most essential idea is to establishing an entity that is concerned in planning this project and in unifying the recruitment. And the kingdom has a pioneer for coordinating these efforts. We find that one of the most essential enablers is to adopt technology. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has had a good pace starting from 10 years, and comparing to other things with having governmental pioneer platforms such as Atimad and Abshir. And of course, there are a huge amount of data that will help in establishing the essential infrastructure to analyze and build the applications on that. There's no doubt that some of these data represent a challenge. However, they are the main foundation of the infrastructure in order to know the current status. So the existence of the data helps in adopting the AI. We understand the first aspect, which is digital transformation, and how it helped to generate or create data as input for AI. Now let's move to the main pillar, which is expenditure efficiency and how AI and what is the role of AI and technology in general in enforcing expenditure efficiency. At the beginning, we would like to go one step back. Using the AI is not exclusive to reducing the expenditure on the general budget of the country. Of course, there are a huge chance in the revenues. We found out that there are enhancement of quality, predicting and providing new services, and also in enhancing the monitoring ship and making sure that it's accurate. Monitoring in expenditure, there are so many applications. We found out there are cases for predicting the need of service, for inventory, for the stock, for the number of required human capacity. All of these, this enabled us to find opportunities for enhancement. We find also in the benchmarking and how to predict the cost. When you work on a request of a proposal for enhancing a certain performance, there are a challenge in estimating the cost. The other one is to know whether the bids or the offers I received are logical comparing to what I have received from information. Would we know, would help us predicting. So this is one of the main points that AI contributes largely. The other one, the expected, is to reduce the cost. You have works, you have contracts, an existing project. How the legalizers to be cooperative or supportive information, whether framework agreements or different mechanism through discussing the prices, etc. We talked about the expenditure efficiency. We hear about different types of waste. However, from your point of view, what are the most prominent types of waste, and that AI would help to reduce the waste? Waste, actually, it's a pain source for a lot of entities, because actually you would never know until you face that challenge. whether you worked with contracts or products more than you need, you used devices or services that are not optimal. All of these are parts of waste. I claim that it's effective in all. To have today work with some of the entities that have capital projects to study what are the need for the needs, whether iron, cement that required by its infrastructure. So these are being studied through different companies, and we could see the effect either from integrating the waste or those who are requiring the service. The other part might be creating opportunities to enforce the partnership with the private sector, starting from the establishing of companies, whether to establish a specialized company. Maybe you have a high requirement, or maybe you refuse an extra income in the kingdom. Abdullah, you enjoy a wide experience in a consultation and now with Oliver Wyman company. What are the most prominent applications that will help in the efficiency, expenditure efficiency, and on the level of economy? The applications are different. Every entity and every institution have its own needs. When we speak about the private sector, we talk on a yearly or quarter base. Sometimes there are review for the expenditure and all this data, and this is not a new procedure. I think the transformation and the acceleration, or the number, or the reduced time that you conduct these studies. Usually, we used to have at least 3 months to collect this data, even if you have PRP, to collect this data and make sure that it's accurate and make sure that the data are accurately classified, and connecting and study which are the elements. They have a cost study, which of the contract is totally different in benchmarking with the other contracts. The chances that has fulfilled by the AI is huge. Today we are talking about presenting an invoice, and the electronic system will read this invoice and read it. I don't think that the 50 millions, that 20% of them, 10% for consultation, 5% for materials, etc. So the capability of analysis in the second level, third level reflects in a high impact and allow wider groups in terms of details. At the beginning, you mentioned the generative AI with the trends of ChatGPT and the other practices. Would you mention, or do you name the most prominent applications at the generative AI on the level of efficiency, expenditure efficiency, locally and internationally? I have one question that colleagues work outside, abroad, the kingdom, which a lot of companies have been affected by the differences between the rate of VAT rate, and this affected the supply chain. When we talk about a procurement portfolio of billions, the study of this portfolio and how to study the impact of tax variation is not easy. The use that we used is for study all the contracts that are related to commodities and to read the impact and also inflation, in addition to know where are the locations, where are the spots of enhancement, to renegotiate these contracts or a request for reducing or even enhancing the chances. And if you read more, in this case, large language models were used, and also generative AI, where they can suggest for the buyers in a certain directorate that this contract, it has a space for enhancement or a spot for enhancement, and that the other contract has high negotiation between it and between the commodities that are existing in the database. Do you believe that this international practices we can apply it, or now the data quality is that we cannot apply it? Contrary speaking, I may not agree with you totally. We have advanced status cases that we couldn't notice even for the general public. I think the tools, the enablers, they are all available to have chances and read what's available. Also, if these systems has a high dynamics in terms of requests for proposals, there are huge opportunities that are existing. I think that a group that they have started internal cases of use for AI that help them to fulfill this impact. The private sector, as well as they have huge opportunities, and they are seeking to locate this. Thank you very much, Abdul for your valuable insights, and I think that most of those attending, they have an idea about the role of AI in creating a sustainable economy.
الذكاء الاصطناعي
I thank you for receiving me, and I think that AI is a tool that you can deploy and employ the way you like. I think the first one is support the entity is a very important factor as an enabler of success. The other point is to align and coordinate with the concerned parties, related parties, whether governmental or even private sector, especially those suppliers. Maybe you will be surprised that the suppliers may suggest ideas, and some of the cases, the suppliers, they might be ready to collaborate. The other issue is the empowerment. It's very important that every entity will recruit the high caliber human resources and talent, and also to use these tools in predicting and analysis and predicting of the future. The data are, the more you use the data, the more it's enhanced and get better. If we say that the data is not good enough, then we will not be able to find a solution. I think that it's the resources and enhancement is very important.
إذن هذا كل.
Thank you. That was all for today. Thank you ever so much. And we will meet you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. From now till then, stay safe and keep well.